Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order the Planning Board meeting for May 4th, 2021. My name is Carrie Martinek. I'm Chair of the Planning Board. I would like to get started with a few notes. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, the town of Northborough has been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. All members of the planning board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the planning board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. Right now, I'd like to confirm that board members and that board members and persons anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard by stating the following. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Millie Milton?
Aye.
Anthony Zeiton? Oh, Anthony, we can't hear you.
Aye.
Okay. Amy Pretsky?
Here.
And Michelle Gillespie?
Aye.
Okay. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Joubert?
Here.
And Fred Litchfield?
Here.
Okay. I will invite each speaker on the, you know what, I think I have well, that's okay. I'll continue reading. These might be my previous instructions, but bear with me. I will invite each speaker on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. After members have spoken, the chair will afford public comments as follows. By phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note that part of your phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford approximately 3 minutes for any comments. Okay, with that, why don't we get started with the first item on our agenda? We have the continued public hearing for 425 Whitney Street, special permit site plan approval and special permit for groundwater protection overlay district.
So Carrie, I see as far as attendees, our peer reviewer, Scott Turner, needs to be brought over, and Dawn Flaherty. And once we bring them over, we can ask Scott if there's anybody else from his company or Dawn from his company.
Okay. Scott, can you hear us okay?
I can, yes. Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you see anybody else that you need to have on the line with you?
Ron Cardarelli from CN Associates wanted to join as well, if he's on.
Oh, yep.
Yep, there he is. Okay.
Okay. And Ken as well is here. Does you want a Ken Cole, or is that another someone from your team?
I am not familiar with him.
Okay. Jim, did you bring over Ken by mistake?
Yeah, sorry, is this for 425 Whitney?
Yes, but right now, Jim, it's I'm sure, Carrie, do you want everyone to come over? Because I think Ken might be from Steris.
Oh, okay. So sure. So Scott, from your team, this is who you want over? All right. There we go.
Yes, yep.
Okay, great. And do you want, is Attorney Davis joining us or no?
Yeah, Dave is on.
No.
He's muted, but Mr. Dineski's on.
Yeah, so I was unable to move him over to a panelist because he is a phone number, but I use the allow to talk feature. But as Kathy said, he is muted currently.
Okay. Okay, great. So why don't we get started? We received some additional or updated materials, I think yesterday. Scott, did you want to kind of lay the foundation here in terms of what's been updated since we last met, if anything?
Sure. So you should have 3 letters from our team, 1 letter from myself, 1 letter from our traffic group, and then 1 letter from CN Associates. And what we did is we really did, we went through your planning, we went through the memo from the planning board dated March 11th, 2020. We went through Steris's response. We went through the memorandum from the planning board to Steris dated November 15th, 2019, and Steris's response, and made comments where appropriate on each of those comments and those and Steris's response. We also went through the initial peer review letters that we prepared. Those are only traffic and civil site, and reviewed the responses from the applicant. Those came from VHB and also Vanessa, and made comments regarding their responses. They also submitted supplemental information, including site plans, revised stormwater reports, and supplemental information regarding traffic. So those are all the documents that you have in front of you. I'm not sure, we sent them on Friday afternoon. I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to review them or how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, so they came to us yesterday. So do you want to go through, why don't we start, we'll take each one, and then if you're able to just speak to at a high level, since we last met, and I think Steris has responded to, I guess maybe the traffic and groundwater, the traffic has already been responded to from before. Are there any updates to this report that you've sent to us? Why don't we start with traffic? I'll pull it up. Or are you pulling it up so we can look at it? Do you want me to pull it up? Yeah, do you want me to pull up the traffic report that we have?
You can if you like. I mean, from a traffic perspective, high level, you know, our traffic group really had no, they were satisfied. There were 5 comments that they originally had.
Mm-hmm.
And they felt like the applicant had addressed all 5 of the comments adequately and closed all the comments.
Okay, so there's nothing to report this evening additional as it relates to the traffic report or the traffic review?
I mean, what we're reporting is that we feel like the applicant has addressed all 5 of the traffic, of the 5 comments that we've made, and we're satisfied with their responses.
Okay, great. Any board member questions related to this part of the review? Okay, why don't we then move on to the next one? Okay.
Okay, the second letter, I guess, would be the traffic or the civil site letter.
Yes, this here.
Yep. So this letter is structured, and it's a long letter, but for brevity, I did not include, included your questions, the board's questions as well, and then our response where appropriate.
Okay.
So we did not necessarily see, there were some areas where we didn't have, I guess, adequate, I won't say adequate information, where we had, you know, like for instance, I'm looking at page 2, regarding water and sewer flows, kind of at the bottom. They responded that they had roughly 400 to 500 gallons per day. We didn't see any calculations like we would expect. However, they've also responded that they have, roughly 20 employees. And for an industrial use, 15 gallons per day is really what is the estimate. So we were satisfied with that response, despite not having all of, not having calculations.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, number 4, you had a question about, local, state, and federal permits. We understand that an order of conditions was submitted. Well, an order of conditions was issued. We understand that the dimensional variance was issued and is being appealed. There were comments in there about the chemicals that were stored in the building. We're not necessarily familiar with all the chemicals that were listed there, but we feel like they seem to be generally cleansers and lubricants, and we just suggest they don't dump them into floor drains or the storm sewer system. You're scrolling through the letter, I guess, faster than I can keep up with, but that's fine. No, that's fine.
Yep.
We are, there really isn't anything, for your 2 memos, we did not see anything that was, I guess, stuck out or struck us as an issue. I did have some discussions with Kathy about the concrete plants, and we don't have any information about what exactly they're proposing, but being involved with construction projects for 25 plus years, they are typical. The size is dependent on the size of the site, and we understand that this site is going to use a lot of concrete. And our understanding is that the reason they are utilizing a plant is because they want to keep trucks off of the road. Instead of having trucks come in and make a pour and have them lined up to make pour after pour. The intent, as we understand it, is to produce the concrete on site. And I think if you're getting trucks off of the road, that was, in my opinion, that is a reasonable reason to have a plant. And again, it is a typical construction technique. Let's see. Starting on page 7, we get into our response or the letter that we submitted last time. And you'll see that what we did is we listed our comment, VHB's response, and then our comment. After that, a lot of these items are closed. Let's see. We had some comments about the stormwater pollution prevention plan that is on page 8. They should submit it maybe a month before so the town can review and comment on it. But that is a standard document that is typically submitted prior to construction, is not typically constructed during entitlements. Regarding the pump station design, that is something that's going to be connected to the town's system. And so we would expect that they would have, on page 9, that they would continue to coordinate with Public Works. Given the flows on site, we expect that would be a smaller system, but we would also expect that it would have some kind of emergency power just in the event that there's a power outage with the pump station functions. The lights are consistent with what I've used on my own projects. The parking, they're moving the parking away from the property line. We always try to encourage folks to build what they need, not necessarily what's in zoning, because sometimes zoning is asks for a little more than you may need. They did add a bicycle rack with regards to stormwater. They meet the standards, they meet the stormwater standards. We recommended that they have some erosion sedimentation control notes to the plan so that the contractor can see them rather than simply in the stormwater report. That's on page 13. And then the only minor item that we had was we asked them to add a catch basin in the loading area, which again, I would expect that they will need to do it in order to make sure that ponding doesn't occur there. And I think that is something that can be added during the construction documents or conditioned. But again, we went through this pretty thoroughly, and we're generally satisfied with their responses.
Board questions related to this review?
I guess I'm scanning through them fast because I focused on the radiation concept because we did get these yesterday afternoon, but I did read them quickly.
So, oh, go ahead, Amy. Do you have a question?
So as far as you see as the consultant, the only thing missing might be just an extra drainage catch basin.
Yes, and it's a private site. They will want to put it in. I think it is just they were probably revising grading and missed it, but that is, they're not going to want to not have it. They want that area to drain, and it's included in the larger drainage calculations. So it does not necessarily affect any the compliance with any of the stormwater management standards.
Okay. And other than that, everything else looked good.
Yes. Yep.
Any other questions from you, Amy?
No.
Okay, anyone else have questions?
No, I did not actually get a chance to really go through it, so.
Okay. I had a question about the noise study. So you didn't cover that, and it sounds like you didn't receive one either. Is that correct? Or?
We probably received one. We are not noise engineers. So it's really hard for us to comment on the noise study.
Okay, so you have a copy. I don't think we received a copy of the study, but you have a copy of the study?
I would have to check, to be honest with you. I haven't, we received a lot of documents, and I would have to go through and see if we received it.
No, there isn't anything, just to save you from looking, Scott. And I think Rich Whitehouse or Steve Madaus, when they come on, they'll be able to address that.
Okay. So noise study to be addressed. Now, I do have a question, and I don't know if this is for where we have you or when we get into the broader discussion, but I do have a question based on the concrete plant, and maybe this also involves Attorney Dineski in terms of what is the correct process? One of our questions was, what is the correct process to fold in evaluation of the concrete plant? So is that something that we would make sense to talk about now or wait?
So, it's interesting. In every project I've ever done, I cannot recall, and I've done a lot of projects, a lot of large buildings that have had concrete plants. I mean, some buildings, hundreds of thousands of square feet. I don't ever recall having a discussion at this level about the concrete plant, because in my mind, it is considered its construction means and methods that is more appropriate for how they're going to build the site, and almost a building inspector type of discussion. But that's just been my experience. So I can answer any question. I can try to answer the questions that I'm familiar with, but again, I have not received any information about it.
Okay, so I think when the board was considering the concrete plant, the issue for us is that although the concrete plant company is motivated to not let the project linger, there's still a possibility of we're looking at a 12 to 18 month plant on site to pour for 12, the 12 feet concrete walls and ceilings and all of that. So for a significant amount of time, significant amount of concrete pouring, I think there was a question about any sort of runoff into the groundwater or wetlands. And then if there's any sort of dust or debris, or what's that impact on the neighboring residential neighborhood to have a concrete plant next to them, maybe even noise wise, for 12 to 18 months, which is a significant amount of time. So ways that could be either mitigated, or is that ways to even figure out if that's the best course of action? Or is it actually less impact to have trucks drop it off versus to have a concrete plant on site for that extended period of time? I don't know if you've ever seen, or if board members have specific questions about that, but that's to kind of give you a sense of where that's coming from.
So the stormwater pollution prevention plan that they need to file, it's a requirement under the United States Environmental Protection Agency National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System construction general permit. What that permit requires is that they produce that stormwater pollution prevention plan, which outlines everything that they need to do to manage erosion and sedimentation, any kind of dust, erosion, sedimentation from the site during construction. And what that requires, under that program, what it requires is a number of things. It requires them to make sure that there's adequate dust control, and make sure it requires that they do weekly inspections of their hay bales or their siltation devices, and make sure that they're in good working order. It requires them to maintain a stable construction entrance and to sweep the road in front of the site. And so as long as those requirements are met under the SWIP, they should be in compliance for all aspects of construction. And one of the things that I would recommend that you think about conditioning is that they require all, if you are to approve the project, is that they submit to the board or someone in town, maybe it's the building inspector, maybe it's DPW, whoever you decide to manage that process, copies of those reports. It also has a requirement in there that if they clear parts of the property and are doing construction, and construction does not occur there for 14 days, they need to stabilize it. So the letter of the requirement, or of the SWIP under that permit, is that they are very arduously remedying any erosion and sedimentation issues that may occur on site. And that's not even related, that's not just pertaining to the concrete plant, it's pertaining to all construction activities.
Okay, and so does that require a town resource to be there watching every day, or how do we know that that's happening?
So there are, well, that's why I recommended that you think about adding a condition to see copies of the reports. They are required to do weekly inspections and also after significant rainfall. How that happens, it is, every project treats that differently. There are times when, the owner or the builder has asked, if I'm the design engineer, they have asked me to do reports. Or sometimes it can be contracted out and have somebody else do reports. I would not say that you need to have somebody there every day. I would expect that the conservation agent would probably be by there quite often as part of the construction. You could hire an outside consultant to take a look and make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, or the applicant can offer a solution for inspections. You guys can negotiate that. But that is, again, that is a requirement of their SWIP. They have also provided an erosion and sedimentation, or a construction maintenance plan, which is part of their stormwater report, and we reviewed it, and it is consistent with general practice. I didn't see anything that was glaringly deficient. Looked good.
Carrie, if I can just add there, and Fred maybe might want to add something, but at town meeting, we just passed a very comprehensive stormwater bylaw, and this is all part of that. I mean, these SWIPs have been required, but in prior years, but it now will fall under the implementation and the review of that, inspections will fall under the Conservation Commission and the Conservation Agent.
Okay, questions about that from?
Fred worked on that bylaw. So again, if you have, specific questions about that, or Fred, if you have anything.
Amy, do you have something?
Well, my question would be to Kathy or Fred. Since this application was submitted before town meeting, would this fall under the new stormwater bylaw?
Yeah,
I believe that the stormwater bylaw is going to be effective on July 1st. So we'll be implementing it forward, but we will still, as I indicated at town meeting, a lot of what we do from the various boards and committees already covers everything that's in the stormwater bylaw. So it's not going to change anything. All the requirements of the SWIP and the EPA and the order of conditions already issued by the Conservation Commission set in motion what we'll be doing for inspections. Typically, the conservation agent does go out and walk the site with the contractor on a weekly basis or after every rainstorm event. Conservation typically gets those weekly reports that Scott was referring to. So it's already in practice what we do for a large or potentially difficult site or in a sensitive areas. And this would qualify because of the wetlands in the back there.
Okay, so I did notice that some towns do sub out, but you don't feel the need to do that. Mia has the time and the resources.
Yep, she does. In the past, when it was a very large site, the planning board did, the town did require outside consultant do the inspectional services for erosion control. That was only done once, and it was on the Northborough Crossing Retail Center, which was, I think, 120 acres. It was just a bit much, and it did go on for several years while the builder was clearing the top of the hill, building that road, long before any of the buildings ever started. So there was an outside consultant who came in and did erosion control inspection reports, and then we still walked it with them, not necessarily every week, but every couple of weeks while heavy construction was going on.
Okay, so in your mind, you don't think this is large enough to qualify for that?
No, I don't think so, but whatever the board wants to do.
Okay.
Okay.
In terms of conditioning, so this may be a question for Attorney Dineski. In terms of putting conditions on this, whether it's time or anything else we may want to put on it, what is the correct process for acting on the groundwater special permit request as it relates to the concrete plant? Is that something, there is no plan for it yet that I know of. So how would we act upon that? Oh, is Attorney Dineski on with us?
How about now?
Oh, yep, we can hear you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So in the memo that I had issued, excuse me, on April 5th, I talked generally about this issue, and I think that the concrete plant would be considered an item of construction as others might be in a typical construction process. And I from what I hear from the peer review team, that or what we have here, I should say rather, is a standard situation. I didn't hear any particulars, and maybe there are other more detailed elements about operation of the plant. So if there were going to be conditions, they should be based on evidence that's in the record and particular facts as to how the operation is proposed and what are the particular risks that would be identified that need to be addressed from that operation. I think as I've heard the discussion this evening, I'm taking it that the report to this point is that this would be a standard approach to produce required amounts of concrete on site and also to eliminate truck traffic associated with bringing it in and not having an on-site plant.
Correct, but we just don't have
perhaps the
any.
case that the applicant,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say,
The applicant may be able to answer some questions more particularly about the specifics, but at some point, you'll only know exactly how it's going to operate when you're ready to start. And I think that it's been already reported to the board that we have oversight through Conservation Commission's order of conditions.
Mhm. Okay, so if we did want to condition, say, time, well, so you can't run on certain days or certain times, we would need to then see the information about the plant first in order to know what we're even conditioning, correct?
Well, I don't know that you need to get into the finer details. I think a condition would need to be and should be based on some particular impact of the plant that is presented by the construction. And I don't, at this point, don't know that there's anything that's unusual about the operation of this plant as it's proposed. And that might simply be because I haven't seen all of the information that's referred to. But a condition to change the sort of status quo of its part of the construction operation and would be subject to the usual means of operation, in my view, should be based on particular information that identifies a reason to be more restrictive.
Okay.
And
So-
that again would include, I think, comparing both the usual, or not usual, but the method of bringing concrete in as opposed to producing it on site, and what are the various impacts.
So being able to compare the two.
Right, at least as a general proposition. I mean, one thing that you know, that everyone would know, is that if you're producing it on site, you're not having the daily truck traffic that would otherwise be required to deliver the product.
Mhm. Just to put in context, I think when we had the neighbors in that were concerned about this specific element, was that for 12 to 18 months to have a concrete plant, what does that, is that noise? They're already very sensitive to noise over there. They have some issues with some other facilities around them that they perceive to cause a great deal of noise. What is the noise associated with the plant? Will that, make things worse in terms of their ability to, be outside and not hear construction all day for 12 to 18 months? What does that look like? You mentioned there are ways they're supposed to prove their dust, debris and all of that, but what's going to blow over into the neighborhoods, or, what things are in place? Is this running all day on Saturday, all day Sunday? Those kinds of things that I guess we don't have any information on. So perhaps we can.
Gary, just so, I mean, and at some point after you're through, I think with the town's consultants and attorney, I know that one of the gentlemen that's here from Steris is either the owner or, but one of the specialists with the concrete plant, who I think attended one of the planning board meetings, earlier on.
Okay.
So I think, certainly can't speak for him about a concrete plant, but I mean, I know that he's is part of this meeting tonight. So I think he would be able to answer those questions.
Okay,
Could I ask a couple of questions of Dave?
sure.
Okay, thanks. So Dave, we did talk before with the applicant about doing hours of operations from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. That would seem realistic to you as well?
That would be obviously less than what's stated in the bylaw. And I guess what I would say is if there are particular reasons for this operation, why the hours should be or would appropriately be less, I think you need to have information on the record. I would say, just as a general proposition, that noise in and of itself, I wouldn't necessarily see as a basis simply because construction equipment makes noise, and there's to some degree a value judgment in the bylaw at present about that when it states the hours of 7 to 7 Monday through Saturday and nothing on Sunday. So again, this is like all other applications in that the specifics are important.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And just one other question with related to noise. Have you ever seen it before where you would allow the concrete plant and then maybe because of the timeline being extensive from 12 months to 18 months, could you then ask the applicant to do a noise study like after 90 days? And if it is excessive at that time, to then consider the other option, which is to no longer have the concrete plant and then bring in the concrete by the way of trucks? I mean, is that an option? But again, you're saying that noise is something that's considered when you're doing construction. So I don't know if you can actually put a condition like that in there.
You could do some, I think, evaluations at a point to review operations. What I would suggest, though, is that the discussion of that and any particulars not proceed until you have heard from the person who can describe the operation of the plant and its associated impacts and the kinds of things that the presence of the plant implicate for the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions here? Okay, so I'm going to move on to the third report. Okay,
Okay, this is Don Flaherty, and looks like Scott's brought up the letter. These two letters that I responded to, they're pretty extensive, so it's up to the board if you want to do them by exception for particular points. What I did is for each element, I did a point-by-point response. So either I indicated that I agreed with the STERIS response, or I had no comment on it, or perhaps I provided some additional comment. At no point did I say I disagreed with their response and found it technically incorrect. So there are some where I just didn't have the information to say I agreed, or it was beyond our level of expertise to even comment on something like that. So however the board would like to proceed, I'll be happy to accommodate.
okay. Board members, any preference or questions to start?
Not from me.
Okay. So I did have some questions, but why don't you, if you want to start, if there's anything you want to point out that maybe exceptions to start with, or areas where you weren't perhaps able to answer, and maybe to just talk a little bit as to why, or what we can do alternatively in lieu of you being able to answer the question.
Well, I had nothing where I technically said I disagree with that, or I thought it was significant. There were some questions such as how many units are operating in the world exactly of this particular type of design, or were there units operating similar to this one where there's been problems? And that was one where I said, well, either I don't have the information, or it would take quite a bit of research to chase that down. And I had no reason to object to STERIS's response. It seemed to be as thorough, I think, as it could be, as far as I could tell. But I couldn't confirm it. That's all. So,
well, I think to put that into context for you, and I think we had mentioned this last time, is that the way it was originally laid out for us is that this was the first of its kind in this type of technology coming to the U.S. So we had a lot of questions about, the only other plant that we were aware of was the Switzerland facility. And I think STERIS has since maybe added another, I forget now, I saw the list of different countries, but it was one of the first of its kind in the US. So we had wondered, well, what's going, are there any proof points in the other locations that would help us figure out how this fits in the small town of Northborough? There was a Ontario, California, I think, was another location that was coming to the US, and we just didn't know where they were in the process. And then the Libertyville location, that sounds like it was permitted according to STERIS. And that doesn't sound like those are things you were able to look into either.
not to that degree. I mean, for me, It's a particle accelerator, which will generate X-rays. It's at a power level that will not create radioactivity. It will not activate components. So it's generating X-rays really no differently than a particle accelerator would in any X-ray machine, whether it's in a hospital or dental office or in these kind of applications. So the fact that it was below the threshold that could, below the threshold that could create, radioactive isotopes that would remain afterwards was my particular point of interest.
Mhm.
And that level there's plenty of literature out there that at that power level, it will not do that. So at that point, then it's straightforward physics. You're generating a certain amount of X-rays. You need to shield it. There's a shielding design package that was provided that, provides the results of that shielding. And so for me, it's another particle accelerator. So they're relatively similar really in design as far as how they work. So that didn't give me any particular concern.
Okay. And other questions from the board?
I just had a couple. So in reading your comments, you said you agree that the operation of the pallet sterilizer does not use nor create radioactive material, which you just said, and there will be no radioactive emissions from the property. What do you mean by property? Is that the building or the site, like the outdoor parcel?
What I mean is the outdoor parcel, in other words, it wouldn't create any measurable or discernible radiation level off the property.
Okay. Now, there are 12-foot wall shields, so even though you're not creating anything radioactive, there are shields there because the X-rays themselves are dangerous. Is that without those shields?
Well, yeah, I mean, the X-rays inside the shields are sterilizing things, so they're killing organic matter. And so certainly inside that, they would be dangerous to anyone. That's why there's that amount of shielding and why there's interlocks to protect the people that operate the units.
Okay. And the reason why there's no radioactive emission is because, like you just said, it's not high enough to create anything radioactive.
Yeah, I mean, really, even if you have one that's more powerful and generates radioisotopes, this one doesn't. That itself doesn't mean it's dangerous. It just means it remains radioactive after you shut the unit off, because now there's elements that have been changed by the process of activating them, such that now they're radioactive in themselves after the machine's turned off. This is not one of those machines. It's not that powerful to do that. So what's relevant to this machine is shielding the X-rays that are produced while the machine's operating.
Okay. So if it ever was replaced, say like 10 years in the future, there was another system creative and it could now make something radioactive, they would have to come back in front of us, and I guess they'd have to go back for all the initial testing and shielding and
all the registration. Oh yeah, STERIS has to go to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and submit an application for this device. If they want to change to a different device, then they have to start all over.
Yep. Okay. In your report, it says, and maybe you don't know the answer, maybe this is STERIS. It said there is an undetectable gas emitted. I was just wondering what gas that was.
I think they talked about some ozone. I'll let them speak to that.
Okay. And also I had a question. Let me see. You had talked about who is going to do certain reports. I guess on page 22, you mentioned how will the monitoring be recorded and whom it will be reported.
Yeah, can we go to that? Let's see.
I'm sorry, page 22?
Yep.
Yeah,
Because that would be something more that we as a board would have to discuss. Maybe Kathy or Fred. But I do think if this is approved, it should be monitored and reports should be submitted.
Is this the page, Amy? Oh, sorry, no, 20.
22, and it says CN comment. It talks about how often radiation levels will be monitored inside and
Yeah.
outside of the cell.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess this would probably be more of a question for, well, Steris in the town. How will it be recorded and whom will it be reported to?
Right. Yeah, I was just literally parsing out the questions and the response. And
Yeah.
I saw part of it. Doesn't mean there's not a good answer or appropriate answer for you, but I just didn't see it in that response.
Yeah. I think as a board, if it was approved, we should have reports sent. And I don't know if Kathy and Fred would agree, but my initial thinking was to, there's a person at the fire department that Mike, I don't remember his last name, it starts with a B, but he deals with hazardous waste and all different types of things. I don't know if he'd want these reports, but he might be someone who could understand them.
Okay.
And I did another question. You said there's no risk of explosion. You stated that there is equipment outside to monitor for radiation, but in your opinion, you don't feel like it's needed?
Correct.
Yep. Since this building is directly abutting a big neighborhood, if it made the neighbors feel better and the town feel better and put everybody's mind at ease, is there any sort of equipment that could be on the outside that would set off an alarm if there was a leak, if the shielding cracked and there was some sort of radiation leak or X-ray? Is there any type of machine that would do that?
Sure. And I think Steris said, yes, that exists.
Mm-hmm.
It was their opinion, wasn't needed. I don't think it's needed, but certainly, yeah, radiation monitoring equipment like that is available.
Yep. Do you know, is it a high expense or it's not? You don't know. Do you know anything about the machine, or it's a Geiger counter, or?
But basically, short answer is it's a Geiger counter. It's measuring X-rays, and it would have to be, protected from the weather and the environment, so you'd have to have that kind of housing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would have to then have some kind of alarm set point,
Mm-hmm.
And then a output to somewhere rather than, you could design it any way you want, whether it's a local alarm or port it out to, a reporting system for however you want to do it, to people electronically or through the internet or whatever. These things exist. And then just depends how sophisticated you want would drive the amount of money it would cost.
Okay. Do you have an approximate cost of how much something like that would cost?
I think I'd have to take a look at that, and we could, if that was requested, we could look at that rather than just, what you don't want to do. I have some experience with this when I used to manage the radiation protection for a nuclear power plant. And what you don't want is something that's susceptible to voltage variations off the grid and giving you false alarms.
Yeah.
That scares people. And I've had experience with that. And I've testified before, Senate subcommittees in the state of New Hampshire about that, where, state, if you want to do it, that's certainly your prerogative, but, make sure you have something that's well built, that, like I said, voltage variations don't give false alarms and start triggering alarms and scare people, protected from the environment, so that rain doesn't leak in and short things out, and that type of thing. So I'm not saying that makes it exorbitantly expensive, but you can find plenty of things on the internet to monitor radiation, and they're junk.
Yeah.
Okay? And you would not be happy with the results of those. So I think with a little research, we could, if that's what we were asked to do, or some other consultant could come back and say, here's something that would be probably serve your needs, and this would be the approximate cost for something.
I just want to interject a couple of things, and Dawn's been leading all of this effort. So there are environmental TLDs or dosimeters. I'm not sure if, that's being employed here or not, or Dawn. And in this case, if you did put some of them outside, it would just be insurance to measure the total radiation that was passed through that, which will probably be none or insignificant since these are so low on the other side of the wall. But the major point I want to make here, and I think everybody has it, but I just want to restate it, is when that machine is off, there's no radiation at all. And so that's a big difference from other types of things we deal with where there are radioactive sources that generate the radiation. And then you've got a whole nother set of concerns. So that's one, positive thing here. And Dawn, are they going to use, or did it come up to, I guess because the doses are so low, they're not even thinking of environmental monitors. We sometimes put them at the boundaries of certain properties to prove zeros, to actually be able to show that. And that may give some people some comfort here, but it's not really merited based on what I've seen, but it may give some reassurance if that's what you're interested in.
So, and then just a question for you, if the Mass Department of Energy Resources, do they have exclusive jurisdiction over the radiation monitoring technology, or how does that work?
I'm not sure I understand. They have jurisdiction over issuing the, to register the device, but I'm sure I understood your question.
Okay, maybe just a question from Staris. Maybe when we all get together, we come back together, we can figure out more.
So I may be able to answer part of that question, Kerry, and that is that with certain licenses, you may have to monitor dose rates at certain places, and the state will make sure that you've used the right instrument and that it's calibrated. But I'm not so sure that outside of that building they would require that. So they, I'm not so sure that they would, have a bunch of criteria for that. But if they did require you to monitor something, then they are going to make sure you're using the right instrument and that it is calibrated.
Okay. Okay, other questions from the board?
I just have one question if nobody else does.
Sure, go ahead.
I was just wondering, because what we were told that this is the first of the kind in the United States, but in your opinion, it doesn't seem much different from other activities that you've seen in the United States? Like, you didn't look at this process and say, this is something different than what we usually see.
It's an X-ray machine. Really, if you want to simplify it, it's an X-ray machine.
Okay.
X-ray machines, again, I'm repeating myself, but the X-ray machine in your dental office works like this does. This one's just more sophisticated. It's a higher power, but the results are the same. It accelerates an electron from a cathode to the anode. It hits a target. The electron, the particle, is completely stopped, but in that process, the energy becomes X-rays, and you're now reading an X-ray machine. And so then it's just a matter of how powerful is the X-ray machine? Is it powerful enough to create radioactive isotopes that are radioactive afterwards? No, we clearly know that. Science is there, okay? And, okay, so we need to shield the X-rays, and then they've done that. So to me, it's no different. There's nothing special. It may be a certain design and to do what they want, but when it gets to the operations, in fact, remember before we had flat screens, we had cathode ray tubes, CRTs? Mm-hmm. Those are particle accelerators. That's exactly what they are. And the old tube TVs are particle accelerators. And they're accelerating an electron across a distance and hitting a target and generating X-rays. So really, they're not different, and the results aren't any different other than the amount of X-rays. And so the shielding takes care of that.
And I think Don answered it appropriately, but I can see your concern, right? Not being a health physicist that deals with this, you hear about something coming in that's nowhere else, and you're going to be a bit concerned. But the actual way that they're being generated is no different from, as Don had said, other accelerators like this that are used all over the United States. This one may just be unique in what it does, but as far as its radiation and the measurement of its radiation, that to us is the same as many other that are used throughout the US.
So then a question for me, when I go to the dentist, they don't have 12-foot thick walls. So why, if it's as simple as the TV tube and as simple as the dentist's office, what is the reason for the 12-foot thick walls?
Because it's more powerful. It works really almost really the same as your but all they're trying to do with the very lower power level in your dentist's office is be able to put x-rays through your jaws to that thing they stick in your mouth, which is electronic now, it used to be film, to go that far through relatively soft tissue. They're not trying to sterilize and kill all the organic matter in your mouth and your skin and all of that. So it's just low power. In this case, it's higher power. So it'll generate enough x-rays that in a reasonably short period of time will kill bacteria, will kill viruses, will kill organic matter inside these, for example, medical equipment to sterilize it. Sterilizing means killing all the life in it. But so that's the difference, is the power level. And then that very high radiation level happens inside, way inside that shielding. So other than that, that's really not any different.
So when you're talking about the power level, I believe this one, the machine is, was it 7?
0.5
How many?
megawatts. 7.5 megawatts, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the amount of power that would need to create something radioactive?
Over 10 megawatts.
Got it. Okay.
And
the
this one's,
the maximum on this was 7.5 or 8?
yeah, 7.5 at max.
Max.
At the max. Right. So it's just not capable of going up to that. And they designed it, as I would understand the design, to get it powerful enough to sterilize these, medical devices or supplies in a reasonably short period of time. So you might be able to sterilize them at a lower power, but it might take you a whole lot longer. But you could sterilize them over 10 megawatts, but now you've created a problem. Now you're actually creating radioactivity when it's done. You don't want to do that. So they've got the sweet spot. It seems to me as a good design. It's going to do what it accomplishes in a reasonably short period of time, but it's not going to create another problem.
Okay. And it sounds like, in terms of, obviously this uses a great deal of power. One thing that we had talked about was are there going to be power outages over there? Or are there any known interferences with either the power lines over there or any sort of EMFs? What kind of interference will we have? And in some cases, here there's all no comment. So I guess, does that mean you don't know, or it's not applicable, or what's the?
Regarding how much power it uses and the effect on the grid, that's beyond, my area of expertise. I think STERIS addressed that and didn't think they needed anything special, but that's, if you have further questions, you can ask them on that. But I saw their answer, but I'm just not, a power grid expert to say, oh, they're drawing this many amps and that's going to affect the grid structure in Northborough. I just couldn't respond to that. And they, similarly with EMF, I think they responded on the EMF, and there was something on EMF. I mean, we're not necessarily expert. We're experts, scenes experts on ionizing radiation. Okay, so that's at a frequency that's enough to actually take an electron and strip it off an atom. That's what's happening inside when they sterilize those things. Okay, whereas the EMF is it's an electromagnetic field energy, but it's a lower energy, lower frequency, and that's just not our area of expertise. But STERIS, I think, can answer it, or has somewhat. But I couldn't comment.
They just said no. So so maybe we just need to clarify why not. Okay. And then in terms of things being shut down or automatic triggers or things like that, you just didn't have the information, or that wasn't in your wheelhouse to answer?
Well, I mean, I didn't get like, hey, here's a whole list of the automatic. They just said there's many parameters that we monitor, and many of those have automatic trip set points to just turn the unit off. But they didn't give a specific list and criteria, so I really couldn't comment on it. That's all. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if that was appropriate if I saw it, but I just wasn't privy to it.
Okay. And so when you said the literature that you saw, the literature was just generic literature or specific to your questions?
Specific, which are we talking about?
Well, a lot of times you reference based on the literature.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in other words, my review of scientific literature and publications, et cetera, would tell me this or that about something, But that's when I'm not citing a whole bunch of specific ones, but there's a lot of technical information available, especially with newer technologies available on the internet, and I can look at that and I can read it and I can understand it. And so I would see something that says, well, that seems to be consistent with literature that's available.
Okay. Let's see. So when you say something like this response is consistent with the available literature, that's scientific documentation, not
right.
provided.
That was available to me in this time that I didn't see anything, to contradict that. And I saw a lot of things that seemed to be consistent with it.
But you also received information from STERIS as well.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, other board questions?
Just a couple, and I apologize if this has been addressed already and I may have missed it, but just the magical, this 12-foot number for the widths of the walls and the ceilings, is that some formula that you'd use based on the shielding capability of concrete and as it compares to the power of the accelerator?
Yeah, basically what STERIS did, and they had third parties help them with that, is they basically have started out with like, this is the power level we want of, this is the intensity of the x-rays that we want that will sterilize this medical supplies within a reasonable amount of time. And it'll generate this, these amount or this density of x-rays. Then they basically take that and say, how much of a shield do we need? And what type of a shield do we want? And so from that, they said, we want a concrete shield, and it needs to be up to this thick in order to reduce the radiation level to an acceptable level. And they spoke to that in their submittals. So the coming up with the amount of shielding is almost like a back calculation based on, this is what I need to generate for radiation level on the inside, therefore, what do I need? And 12 feet was, or 13 feet or something like that was the maximum, because the radiation intensity, because the beams are going in a certain direction, would tend to be more so in the direction that the beams are directed and where those x-rays are generated. Then there's some scatter in other directions. So they used a pretty complex, I'm sure, calculation methodology and computer software to calculate that, and that's how they get there.
If it's directional, and you mentioned scatter too, so I'm just curious why you would need the 12-foot ceiling width in concrete. Is that once it hits the target, do they kind of scatter, as you said, or is it some other reason?
Right, and And they actually were able, we meaning the scientific world, are able to figure out all the possible ways it would scatter, literally, and what percentage would scatter in this direction versus that. So to scatter right back toward you is much less likely than to scatter just off a little bit of an angle, go that direction. So these are literally called, believe it or not, Monte Carlo calculations, okay, where probabilities of these interactions are put into this software, and this is used in a lot of applications. It's actually used for traffic control and all kinds of things, Monte Carlo calculations, and they're used a lot for nuclear interactions, basically. This is used a lot, whether it's calculating how much shielding is needed or all kinds of things. And so they're able, they meaning scientific people that specialize in this, are able to very accurately predict that when these X-rays are generated, it'll be more intense at this particular angle in this place, less here, but not zero. So from that, they calculate what that intensity will be in a three-dimensional sphere, and then they design the shielding accordingly.
And then as far as it going down, just the Earth itself acts as a shield, I guess.
Yeah, the Earth has plenty of shield, but they'll even calculate as it goes down, will it scatter and kind of come back up into the room or whatever. That's all factored into when they do the calculations.
Okay. Is there anything special about the shielding or is it just regular concrete, or do you know even?
I think they use like a high density concrete. That way, high density concrete doesn't have to be as thick as low density concrete because there's more mass, more grams per cubic centimeter to interact with the X-rays.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for me.
And then if something happens that compromises the integrity of the concrete walls, what is the possible consequence? That the X-ray machine is turned on, the electron beam is turned on, and what would happen?
Well, then wherever it was compromised, the radiation level could go up, possibly proportional with how much it's compromised. So that would be that. Now Sarah spoke of having radiation monitors internal to inside, and interlocks associated with that, along with other specific parameters that they monitor for automatically shutting the unit off. But again, I didn't have, I didn't get the technical information on those to speak to that.
Okay, so if there's some sort of crack in the concrete or something happens to the concrete or it degrades over time, what is the consequence does radiation just get out into the open, or how do we know that that's not leaking out into the neighborhood?
Well, they have monitors they spoke of internal inside, so that would be where you would expect it to be more, one would think. If you had an event, an earthquake serious enough to crack it, or any earthquake really, they spoke about their response with anything that challenged the shielding, that they would redo a manual survey all around that. They spoke about that too.
Okay, and if in terms of the power, the 7.5 megawatts, does it matter? Does length of time matter or change anything in terms of, must it be the 10 to create anything radioactive, or does length of time at 7.5 make a difference?
No, it does not. It does not. You're not creating gamma rays significant high enough unless you go to 10 megawatts. So you could do 7.5 megawatts 24/7 forever, and you'll never create, activate something, make something radioactive.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a quick one, just because guess I'm not a physics expert, but back to the cracking of the concrete and things leaking out, like say the whole wall is down, and I'm not saying this would ever happen. I'm just trying to figure out what happens. Is like the beam would go straight out, or is it something like just radiates out like I'm just trying to see, so say there's a crack Is it like you're not creating radiation, so that's not what's leaking out. Like what gets through the crack? And is it like a straight beam? Like say I have a crack in my window shade and I see the light coming in. Is it just a straight beam that would go through the crack, or is there something else that's just like, I guess I'm trying to understand it.
Sure. No, that's perfectly understandable. So the beam, when we talk about the beam, we're talking about the electrons that are going from the cathode literally to a target. Okay. That's the only beam, if you would. When it hits the target, all of that electron is totally absorbed, but that energy that it has, because it has a lot of kinetic energy, okay, because of the voltage, it hits that target, and that target, by it interacting with the target, that's generating X-rays, and they're going in many different directions. They're not when you think of a beam, you're thinking of like a pencil thin beam, okay? That's the electrons just going from this thing's only like, it's short, it's only going to the target, and the target is metal. It's a specific metal that will create the X-rays that they want. And now these X-rays can go into a number of different directions. They're not a finite beam, okay? So if I have a crack that's like a tortuous path through the wall, like it goes this way and that way, well then the X-rays aren't like following like water through a crack. They're not doing that. So in fact, when we design shields and they're in separate components, we actually make sure that we don't line up. Imagine bricks lined up all in a row to where the seams of the bricks are all lined up. You don't do that. Now they're going to pour concrete, so it's all solid. But when you're using like bricks or things like that for shielding, you offset the seams because that creates a tortuous path. The X-rays aren't going to go that way. They're going to try to go fairly in a straight line, and they're going to keep interacting with concrete and stop them. So the only way you would have a direct path for the X-rays to get out of the facility would be to open up the entire wall so that you could literally see light through it. That's pretty unlikely unless you had a catastrophic earthquake that like ripped the building apart. But you could look at what their automatic shutdowns are. It sounds like that would happen, and they don't leave the system operating when no one's there.
Right.
You have operators, so they can just turn the thing off anytime they choose. Which that's what I would imagine that's their normal process or procedures. If there's some kind of perturbation, they'll shut the unit.
And even if the wall did come down, which I don't assume would ever happen, how far would it even go? Would it go 300 feet, the X-rays? Or does it falls off, right? The further it goes?
Right. Think of a flashlight. I take a flashlight, I point it right in my eyes, and it's blinding.
Yeah.
But if I step 20 feet away and I point the flashlight at you, you'll be like, oh, I see the flashlight. It's kind of, and then you get 50 feet away, and pretty soon, because it's going out in like this cone, and less is interacting with any one person. So it goes off by the inverse square.
So how far do you think this would go if there was no wall? And maybe you can't, maybe it's too much to calculate.
Well, it's theoretically, they could go forever, but they don't really. Okay, they interact with the air and et cetera. So, and they drop off by the inverse square. But this type of unit with the radiation levels that are inside that shield, there's 12 feet, that's needed. That's needed. And actually, you could get it down to even a safer level with less than 12 feet. They're basically knocking it down to virtually nothing. That's what they're doing. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments?
Just one.
Yeah, sure.
So, this is probably going to invoke an eye roll on your part, but you talk about X-rays and then it's radiation. It seems somewhat interchangeable. Can you just explain that a little bit?
Sure. Radioactive material is mass with my little computer mouse. And if we have radioactive material, it's emitting radiation. Radiation is like the light coming out the flashlight, whereas the radioactive material is like kind of like the flashlight. Okay. In this case, there's no radioactive material. There's a radiation generating machine. That's what an X-ray is. It's a machine that will generate the radiation without having a mass of something that in and itself is radioactive. And the only way it creates radiation is you take a very high voltage, but in a relatively small spot, right? Potential. So you could have, you know, your house current's 120 volts, okay? But this is, you know, millions of volts electrical potential between two areas. And so it can actually take an electron from the cathode and send it all back, you know, one electron, only it does a lot of them, and it accelerates it into hitting the target. And the target metal, when it interacts with it, will create, instead of an electron radiation, it creates X-rays. The electron actually has mass. It has mass, but it's really tiny. It's a little electron, okay? When it hits the target, all that mass is stopped by the target, and what's created is X-rays, which are like considered light. Visible light is electromagnetic radiation. These X-rays are physically the same as visible light, only they're higher energy, they're higher frequency. And, you know, they have enough energy to actually hit the atoms inside this medical supply, strip an electron off to the point where it actually kills living organisms inside that shield. Whereas visible light doesn't have enough energy to strip off the electron. But so radiation is what's being admitted. It's not material. Basically.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions? Questions from staff?
I have one final while he's here.
Sure.
So the way you looked at this whole operation, is there any reason as a planning board we should be concerned for the neighborhood? It sounds like no. You feel like this is perfectly safe, and if you
I do, but you know, Amy, you've also got, they can't just go off and buy this device and start using it.
Yeah.
They have to go through, you know, the Commonwealth's organization for this, and they know what they're doing, and you get a lot of baggage when you put in an application for a device like this, and it's going to come with, give us all this information and prove it, and then when you install it, you're going to have to do this and you're going to have to do that, and they will inspect it, and your people have to be qualified. So there's a whole lot that comes with, and as it should, right? As it should. And so you've got that. I have no concerns for two reasons. One is the design seems to be something that is an appropriate design and is serving a good purpose, right, for the world, for people. And the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is going to, you know, heavily regulates this cradle to grave, from application to even to the point where they say, we've used it for 20 years and we no longer want to use it anymore. They can't just walk away from that. They have to, you know, they'll have to say, I want to no longer have this registration. And then the Commonwealth is going to say, okay, well, then you need to get rid of that device. There's no radioactive material like decommissioning plans require. You don't need that, but you can't just walk away. So that's all built into the Commonwealth's regulations. So that's why
I just thought of something, Dawn, and maybe it already was discussed, and maybe this company has one, but lately we've been seeing on the X-ray registration forms from the state, they want you to list a radiation safety officer. So I'm assuming that STERIS will have to list somebody, and they have that. I mean, has that been already explored? I mean, but that should be the case. So that should be another level of, you know, reassurance.
Do we know if that's the case or no? Well, we can ask, but.
Yeah, you can ask.
Yeah, because that's now listed on the registrations. They have to list a radiation safety officer. And before, they really didn't many years ago. And then they started registering them more and staying on top of that. And now they've got radiation safety officer listed on the registration form. So, You may want to ask that question.
Okay. All right, any additional questions?
I have one question, and I'm not sure if it's might be addressed to Mr. Cardarelli, but is there any consideration given to the orientation of the equipment with respect to whether it's aiming towards residential or industrial or back of the woods? Is that of any consideration, or does it need to be? Doesn't.
I'll answer quickly and then let Dawn, but you know, they have these shield walls. And so
Yeah.
I did take a peek at what the radiation levels would be on the other side of the wall, and they're really insignificant. But not only that, they fall off exponentially.
Okay.
So no matter where it's facing, you know, it's regulated at the wall.
Okay.
And so I don't see it making a difference one way or the other, you know, which way it's pointing at these levels. Dawn, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Right. Yeah, it goes into the shielding design. If it was, the guns were pointing north, they'll add more shielding that way. If they turned it west, they all of a sudden you would see all the shielding design rotating with respect to north or west or whatever. So they're putting the shielding where it's needed.
Okay.
And Millie, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm sure Steris can address this, but in a previous conversation I had with them, I believe that everything is, the way the shield or the maze was designed is so that it's pointing out into the woods, not towards Coolidge, not towards, across the street,
Okay.
but to the back of the building.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure if that was on purpose or if that was simply the way it came out.
Yeah, no, I believe that's by design.
Okay.
So one other thing, not to throw another log in the fire, but what we're seeing all over the United States is the employment of very high powerful irradiators to sterilize marijuana. So I don't know, I haven't been paying close enough attention to what they're doing here, but this is happening all over the place. And these farmers aren't radiation safety officers, and they see radiation safety officer on the registration and they freak out. So this is like, it's happening all over. Anyways,
Wow.
just thought I'd throw that in for some entertainment. But
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, is the peer review team staying on as the STARS team comes in, or are you, what's your preference? Are you staying on the line or?
Yeah, I think you should, I mean, they're here for the duration of this hearing.
Oh, okay, that's fine, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if that was the case. Okay. Because I think there may have been some additional questions and I just want to make sure that they're covered. Okay, so no other questions from the board or staff. Staff, do you have anything that you want to clarify or ask about any of the reviews actually?
No, all set here.
Okay, all right, I'm going to stop sharing.
Actually, Carrie, I have one question.
Sure.
Perhaps, I know that the applicant had originally had antifreeze or a different kind of cooling system and then changed it to water. And I wanted to know if the effectiveness of the water was reducing the cooling ability of the chillers in any way.
Actually, Fred, I don't think anyone from STARS is on yet.
I wasn't sure if Dawn or Ron could answer that.
Regarding their cooling system and changing that, no. I know they have chillers and dissipate heat, but I can't speak to the particular coolant medium.
and neither could I, unfortunately.
Okay, so maybe STARS has that information. Okay. Great, then are we in a spot where we're going to bring on the rest of the team? Okay, so then we'll figure out additional questions and then I'll also accept public comments as well.
Carrie, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I don't know if there's something wrong with your mouse, but it keeps scrolling up and down. So I don't know if you're scrolling back and forth, or if you could just say, I'm going to this page, but all I can see is you scrolling. Is your mouse just intentionally scrolling up and down, or do you do?
Sorry, no, I'm just looking through and reading, and I guess I'm still sharing. So
Yeah,
sorry if I made anybody
I would
motion.
just say like I'm going to this page instead of scrolling up and down because you can't figure out what you're doing, and I thought it was your mouse.
Oh, okay. Sorry, probably gave everyone motion sickness there. Sorry about that. I'm gonna stop sharing anyway, so that we're all back. Okay. All right, great. So why don't we bring it, thank you very much for clarifying and walking through those questions. Why don't we bring in, Jim, do you have the list for the rest of the team?
Yep, I'm going to start moving them over now. There are some names that I will need a confirmation on. I only see some first names. If those people could rename themselves with their last name as well, that would be very helpful on my end.
Okay, assuming they want to come in. Do we have everybody?
A few more. I believe there's about 15 that was listed on the email.
Oh, wow.
Through the chair, if I may, this is Stephen Madaus.
Hello.
Hello. Could you please be sure to let in my colleague, Dave McKay, because I am unable to stay.
Yep, he's in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Does that look like everybody?
We have the full contingent to the chair of the STERIS team answer all these questions. You know, there was a lot presented while we were on the sidelines. We can respond to all of it. But obviously the peer review reports are, our view, very favorable. I think it addressed all the concerns that this board has raised, but whatever questions you have remaining, we can address this evening.
Great. Okay, it sounds like there are some questions that,
Sorry, Carrie, just for some clarification, I see a Dave Jacks. Would that be David Jackson, the radiation safety officer?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
All right, and then I also have just a Keith. Would that be Keith Burnett?
Through the chair again, yes, it is.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm just working on adding the last remaining people. JD Weiss, is that Jerry? And sorry about the pronunciation on the last name, D.
Yes.
Winsky?
Jerry D, yes.
Perfect. All right, and I believe that is the full team.
Great. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. So why don't we, unless there's anything specific you want to say, why don't we, if we have outstanding questions just from what's been presented, it sounds like anybody and everybody's here to be able to answer those questions.
Could I just, through the chair, the first thing I wanted to say is we're asking for consideration of approval of the groundwater special permit in light of the fact that there's an election. And as you know, the special permit requires 4 members. And if the election results in 1 new member or 2 new members, we'll either need, if it's 1 new member, that member can't participate, we'll need all 4 to approve it. And if 2 new members, I don't know how we proceed with 3 acting on the special permit. So I just wanted to start with that. You know, we filed in October of 19 and been supplying information throughout, and the peer reviewers seem to have confirmed everything. And we had the favorable letter from the groundwater committee in March of 2020. And it would seem wholly unfair if we, at the election, have 2 new members and we can't get approval of the special permit after all this.
Right. So. Kathy, what did Attorney Janeski, I know he responded about that. What would the procedure be in the event that 1 new member was fine, and then 2 new members, we would just have to we wouldn't have to go through this entire process again, correct? Correct.
Well, the applicant doesn't have to refile, but the board has to re-advertise and start the hearing over. So abutters have to be notified, and that would need to happen with one or two. With one member, it actually would be up to the applicant because they would be able to make a decision and proceed whether they wanted to do it with just 4 members. If only one member changed. But then that obviously any vote for any project would have to be unanimous.
Okay, and then if 2 members were replaced, what does that entail? Just republish, just putting out the public notice again, or not necessarily having to go through the entire?
Right, the hearing has to be re-advertised again, abutters notified, and the new member or members have to obviously get themselves up to speed, and you would start the hearing over.
Okay, would all the same materials be able to be submitted?
Well, nothing has to be resubmitted. It just has to be re-advertised.
Oh, okay, and reviewed. All the materials that exist have to be reviewed, so it doesn't have to be.
By the new, if there's new members, yes.
Okay, so I mean, in a worst case scenario, you don't have to repeat the entire process. It's a review situation.
Right, correct. I mean, it is, you have to start the hearing over, so.
Can I ask a question, Carrie?
Sure.
So they've been with us for 18 months and we have all this material. Is there any reason the board can't vote on it tonight? I'm assuming that's what the applicant is asking for, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I mean,
can I ask the applicant, is that what you're asking for us to vote on it tonight?
Yes, I think we've supplied sufficient information on the groundwater protection overlay district. And even if it was an approval and the conditions were populated later so that this board could just, you still have the site plan review process separately to approve, and you could apply conditions there. But the risk is, as was described, if there are 2 new members, we're extended even beyond the amount of time we've invested and all the material we've supplied, and that which has all now been subject to peer review, which I don't think anything has been challenged or suspect or proven to be untrue or faulty.
no, that's fine. I just think, in fairness to the board members, we just got this yesterday at noon. This is a lot of material and it's been going on for a long time. And I don't, everybody else has been given time to, we've had a lot of continuances and a lot of time taken to get the information. I don't think it's fair to come to the board and only give less than 48 hours to have us review and be prepared. So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see if board members are in that spot or not. I can't answer that. I'm just speaking for myself.
I understand that. We did just go over all that. And I also, if you look at the criteria for the groundwater protection overlay district, it's pretty finite. And the committee gave its recommendation for approval with conditions, which includes the temporary plan consideration.
Yep. I think we're also concerned taking a look at the performance standards to make sure that the application meets the performance standard associated with the use.
Well, is that under site plan?
Yes.
So I think you can issue 2 separate decisions on the special permit, because the site plan, the new members could participate in, but the special permit, they could not.
Do you still have a variance appeal in the court system?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't do anything anyway.
Well, but that's of no consequence. They've been spending a lot of money and a lot of time, and we've provided everything to this board, and now it's been subject to peer review. So the land court litigation is not the time metric
I understand that,
for allowed use in the industrial zoning district.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, even if we're approved today, you couldn't put a shovel in the ground until that's sorted out, which could be a year away.
Correct. And if I may, the concern is turnover on the board, not time standard for getting a building permit. It's that this board has spent all this time reviewing so much of the proposed development. It would be a shame if you're not here to, participate on the decision.
Well, I agree with that, but I guess I'll see where everybody is. All right, why don't we get to questions in terms of what's outstanding that we didn't hear or that we wanted clarification on? Does anyone have any questions?
Well, Fred had the question about the chillers, so
Oh, yes.
we could hear that answer. And I was actually, to add on to his question, if the chillers weren't working with the water, what effect does it has? I was picturing chillers as high input, like air conditioning units. So what would happen? Would the building heat up, or is it the system that would heat up?
Hello, this is Jerry Dworsinski. I could answer that question. Originally, people add antifreeze to their systems for freeze protection, either ethylene glycol or propylene glycol, or you could use straight water. And water actually has a higher level of heat transfer than adding an additive to it. So actually, chillers work better when they're actually just running water than when you have an additive in the water. So from a performance standpoint, the chillers actually are more efficient using a straight water mix. The reason people add the ethylene glycol for antifreeze protection in the wintertime, but we've decided to keep the water always moving. We were going to connect the chillers to our emergency generator system so that we always had flow of the water and would not need to be concerned with the freeze protection. And it is just water. If there were to be a leak, it's just water. And, we were sensitive to the wetlands being in that area and not to have put in large containment systems and all. That's why we decided to change the original design from, having an antifreeze additive to it to just running on straight water.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
I have questions.
Sure.
Okay. So we just heard from the consultants, and they suggested that possibly that as part of a condition, because we should start to work on closing this out and all the open questions, is to hire a radiation safety officer. Do you plan on doing that?
This is David Jackson. I'm Senior Manager for Radiation Safety for STERIS. We do currently have a radiation safety officer on site at Northborough with backup, and then I'm also corporate radiation safety officer. So we'll have that in place. We've got that in place now.
Okay, thank you.
You're
My
welcome.
other question is we talked before, and we've talked for 18 months about radiation monitors inside and outside the facility. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I know that you agreed that you would have them inside the facility. Would you place them outside the facility for, as they talked about, for peace of mind for the residents?
Right now, we are required by state law, the radiation, Massachusetts Department of Health requires us to have monitors on the inside. We'll also have portable monitors for use. We would have to investigate the correct type of equipment and security around that equipment to put something on the outside of the building. One of the purposes behind the shield survey is to verify that everything on the outside of the shield is acceptable before we even get the machine up to full power. So, and then the inside radiation monitors are for personnel protection.
So if that was a condition of the board to have some external radiation monitors, would you consider that? Even though that right now you don't know exactly what that's going to look like other than what you just mentioned, but if that was a condition of the board to move forward, would you consider that?
If that was a condition with the board, we would have no choice but to do something like that. We'd have to start investigation for the right type of equipment and perhaps discuss that with the state.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So on to what there's been a lot of questions about, which is the concrete plant. So I think over the past 18 months, we have discussed the hours of operations of the plant. I think, if you can correct me, we talked about possibly entertaining 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. I think that might have been at our meetings in the fall or in the winter. Can you expand upon that?
Certainly. This is Kip Kramer from the Paulus and Associates, which is the general contractor that would be building this. And first of all, thank you guys all for taking the time to do this. I know you spent a lot of time and energy to try to get through this. So specifically, what I would like to present to you is that obviously the control over the clock with respect to the concrete plant is always going to be subject to what the board's desires and wishes are. But what I would point out to you is that what is an important part of the process, and particularly when we're pouring during the summer months, is to use it during the cooler hours, because concrete in and of itself creates its own temperature increase as time goes by. Part of the reason why it is important to have a concrete plant on site is, number one, because we want to be able to control the quality of the concrete, so we don't have all of those nightmare scenarios that you folks had all talked about. But secondly is also so that we don't have a situation where we are not in a position that we are heating up that concrete to any degree that would not be beneficial to the plant, or to the shield itself. So typically what we do is we start it very early in the morning. We like to do this because it's the coolest part of the summer months when we are typically pouring. Obviously, there'd be other times that we would be doing that as well. But what it would allow us to do is control the quality of the concrete going into it. And more often than not, as you know, the hours of construction are somewhere between, we usually start about 7 a.m. We usually start our pours a little bit earlier than that if possible, and then be done and wrapped up by later on that afternoon, about 3:30. Again, before there's, traffic and school buses and everything else that are on the road. So it is a flexible scenario, but I think one that should be important for everybody to understand is there seems to be the idea, at least in my listening to some of your concerns, that this plant is running 24/7 or anything along those lines, and it is nothing like that at all. What we do is we spend weeks and weeks building these portions of the shield, and then have a day of pouring. Now, we pour a tremendous amount in that particular day, but I just think it's important for everybody to understand, because of your concern over noise or concern over how active it's going to be. There are many more days that the plant does not run at all, as opposed to days that it is sitting idle. So, what I just want to be sure everybody can understand is that this is not, any different than any other level of the construction equipment that is there. With bulldozers and loaders, construction is loud. We understand that. But the concrete plant is probably going to be both the quietest part of this. And of course, we'll answer any other specific questions you have. But our goal is always the obvious, is to try to control the quality of it during the hours that make the most sense and create the least interference.
So I just have another question. So we spent
Sure.
almost 2 hours with consultants that were hired by the town of Northborough to review the information. And there were a lot of questions about the integrity of the concrete. Like you said, what if this happens? What if that happens? How do you make sure this doesn't happen? So would you say that it's just probably in the best interest to have the concrete plant on there, because that's where you get the best quality material to build the safest product that you're trying to do versus bringing the trucks in to do it?
Sure. Thank you. There are two parts to that. The answer is yes, that by us having the control over the quality of the concrete, it allows us to ensure that the materials that go into the concrete mixes itself are developed in a way that are going to be, before, of course, they go into the shield, tested. And we use a third-party testing system to do that. But the answer to your question is absolutely correct. We would like to be able to control temperatures. The amount of time the concrete would be out on the road would create both heat in the concrete, and then obviously the safety factors of, hundreds and ultimately at the end of the day, thousands of trucks that would be out on the road to bring the material to the site. So our goal is exactly that, is that we have found in building these shields in the past and other types like them, that by having it directly on site, we create much less interference across the town, much less interference for everybody, because we don't have that much more activity happening. And to your point, we also control the quality of the concrete, because we're not subject to a third party who could perhaps put something in the concrete that doesn't make sense. Other jobs that use that then have many loads that are rejected and sent back, and you end up with more traffic and more difficulty. But to give you the comfort level, we do use a third-party system to test every load of concrete before it goes in. We do that both for Steris and for ourselves, but ultimately that is to make sure that the materials that go into the shield are the safest and most efficient.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
I'm just curious as to, with the concrete plant, what you guys normally have for dust mitigation. I'm sure that there's a lot more of the dust that would be typically than a construction site without a concrete plant.
Sure. So let me explain to you how it would work. And it's a fair question. Essentially, what you have are some hoppers, and those are gathering places for materials. That would be the stone and the sand primarily. And then we have a silo tower, which houses the cement itself. And then, of course, there's water, which is the other element. What we do is that a loader, which is a piece of equipment you'd see on any construction site, would pull material from these bins and put it into the hopper, where at that point, the concrete plant itself does the proper weighing, measuring, all of the technical stuff that has to happen. Built into this concrete plant is at the top where the silo is, which is the only place that you, other than the dust that you get from just running a loader, which is typical, wheel dust running on dirt, you would have the cement that would travel up through the silo in an enclosed, understand that this is a completely enclosed process to protect the materials. And then it's dumped into the top of this pancake mixer where it's then mixed. There are a number of filters that are built into the concrete plant to reduce anything that can escape. It's meant to capture it. But the truth of the matter is we get far more, if you will, complaints about the bulldozers and the loaders that are riding around on a typical concrete construction site than we would ever get from the concrete plant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then do we have a copy of the stormwater pollution prevention plan for this, for the concrete plant?
You have to forgive us because there's so many of us involved in the call. I don't know exactly from my perspective what has been provided and what has not. What I can assure you is that along with anything we do on both our construction sites for the construction nature or the concrete plant would require its own SWIP, all of which would have to be monitored, as we explained earlier in the call, inspected and kept in check to ensure that, as changing things happen, such as weather or anything else, that it's all being complied with. We would use, and this was described a little bit earlier as well, a third party for that exact same purpose, so that you would have that additional protection. So it's not our troops that are watching it, if you know what I mean. The reality is it would be a third party inspection process to ensure that we're not missing anything, and that if there was anything that was required, it would be done. And obviously any of those reports could be shared with your town.
Madam Chair, this is Rich with VHB. Good evening.
Hello.
I would offer also, in addition to what Kip just mentioned, that the actual SWIP document itself is usually prepared as part of the construction general permit that Scott Turner had noted earlier in the discussion. That's typically prepared and filed with the US EPA 2 weeks prior to the start of construction or more.
Mm-hmm.
So that document hasn't been prepared yet. We typically wait until all the documents are finalized and the project is moving toward construction. That would be prepared and a copy to the town as well.
Oh, okay. So I understood it to be that that's how we would figure out, what sort of runoff impact, possible impact of runoff we'd have into, obviously that area, into groundwater, anything like that. How would we then determine any sort of runoff from the concrete plant?
The project itself is subject to all the same standards, that you would normally have in terms of erosion and sedimentation prevention. So we have perimeter erosion controls. We have a stabilized construction exit. There would be dust control that may consist of putting water down on exposed soils to reduce, to increase the moisture content and reduce dust that way. Just as some examples, the temporary concrete plant sits within those perimeter erosion controls. It's to be determined when, as the design of the plant is worked out, if it would need any of its own sort of supplemental erosion controls within the site. But we've strategically located it within the existing paved area of the site so that it sits within the perimeter controls that are necessitated by the project in general, regardless of the concrete plant usage, so that any runoff from the area of the plant still has to travel through the erosion control measures before it could leave the site.
Okay.
And the SWIP and the construction general permit are really the confirmation of that process and the measures that are required, as well as the means of requiring and performing inspections and proper documentation of such, and any checks that the EPA would do over the site would also be completed under that permit.
Okay, but there's no plan in place now. So for example, this is obviously not typical of our construction projects to have a concrete plan on site for this long. So if we did want to seek any sort of guidance from DEP or anything like that, what do we have to present? Is there anything, maybe Mr. Kramer, is there some sort of standard operation we could look at, or we haven't seen anything about it at all. So how would we be able to see, what does this look like? What I don't want is to have the neighborhood sitting there with 18 months of a concrete plant that causes a nightmare for that period of time. So what can we do today to make sure we did our due diligence to make sure that that's not a problem?
Sure. So what I would suggest we do in that matter is we could put together a package for you to review that would give you very much the same as Rich described, the details associated with what we are required to do to protect it. It is not that much more unique when you think about the other things that go on construction sites, like fueling and all of the other things that are in nature could create issues. So what I would suggest we do, if it helps, I'd be more than happy to gather a narrative with some drawings and to give you guys a better and more comfortable feel about how we're going to ensure that we're going to be able to protect both the environment and the neighbors in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd add to that as well, as we've discussed in the past, the order of conditions that was issued on the project includes a special condition, 3 of them, in fact, to document the requirements that the Conservation Commission felt were applicable to the temporary concrete plant. So we have to already go through that exercise that Kip just mentioned, and coordinate and fully work with to develop a plan that's amenable to town staff and all its representatives, a strategy that everybody's comfortable with for this plant to protect the site and the surrounding areas.
Okay, thoughts from board members on the plant? Is that
So
something that would be helpful?
can I just ask, following up with Carrie just asked, was so that what you just talked about and what Lawrence just talked about was we could just make that as a condition because that is already in order conditions that's been asked for by the Conservation Commission. Can you say that? So
actually, Kathy Joubert, if I can just interject here, Michelle, it's part of the Conservation Commission's already closed out their hearing on this, and it's part of their conditions that they are reviewing the concrete plant, and specifically it's Mia McDonald, our conservation agent, and Fred Litchfield, the town engineer. So as Rich Whitehouse just explained, it's already been worked out by a board how the plant is going to be reviewed and monitored as far as for compliance with protection of the wetlands and everything else that goes along with it.
Okay, but as it relates to our special permit, this board hasn't seen anything. So I guess I'd feel comfortable to see some sort of information, anything. Really, I haven't seen. I don't know. Do other board members feel like they have enough information on the plant, or are there concerns there, or?
I had some questions, and these might be redundant regarding the plant. So if I recall, all the truck traffic would come in from the Berlin side because of a bridge limitation. Does that sound right?
The bridge limitation and the truck exclusion on Whitney Street.
Right. Okay. And then can you comment, like, where are these trucks originating from and going through?
So the trucks that we're talking about are our own trucks. So these would be stored on the site. And typically what would happen is we would begin the process of making the concrete, and then trucks individually back into this particular location. So where it's dumped through a chute and then dumped into the concrete truck itself, and then driven to the forms where it's then poured. The big difference here is that because we're using our own trucks and they're not traveling through the roads, we really only need to have a handful of trucks. If we were doing this under normal circumstances, where we were pulling it from a local supplier, we cannot stop the production. We cannot have breaks in this concrete. So it would be imperative that not only we had many more trucks lined up to be able to do that, but far more importantly, to put ourselves in a position that that we're able to ensure that the materials are delivered to make the pour work properly. So essentially what you'd have is probably a half a dozen trucks on site that would then rotate back and forth across the site from the concrete plant directly to the location of the pour where the forms are. That is what works the best. And again, provides us the safety and comfort in knowing that we're not, we have the control of the materials, as I mentioned before, as well as not being out on those roads.
So, right. So you've got your own trucks on site, moving the concrete back and forth, but I guess I'm referring to the raw material in case I missed something. Where's that originating from? And are you coming in off 290, or do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I know your area well enough at this point to be able to tell you exactly the roads. I wouldn't want to just project that. What I can tell you is that we would be going to the local suppliers of both stone, sand, and cement, and those trucks would bring in, but they're bringing that in large bulk. So understand that as the materials are required for the plant, those trucks will be coming in on the road from the roadways in whatever way we're designated by the township in order to let that happen. But the concrete trucks that I'm referring to specifically are just the cement mixers themselves, which would be our own.
Right. Right. So I guess what I'm driving at is if there's any additional impact through town, depending on where your suppliers are. And, those routes, it sounds like you just don't have an answer for that, but I don't know if anybody does.
It's a difficult one to answer. There certainly is going to be some impact because of the fact that we do have to have stone, sand, and cement delivered, and trucks will deliver that in large bulk tractor trailer, dumps and or containers for the cement. And the theory is that those are bought in as needed, depending on what those pours are happening. As I described earlier, I just want to be sure it's very clear to everybody on the board that this is not something that's happening every day. There are far more days, and we could probably break this down for you, but far more days where we're putting these forms together than we're actually pouring them. So it's not like it is a concrete plant that, we're not supplying anyone else with concrete or anything of that nature. But you absolutely, to be specific and directly answer your question, yes, we would have materials coming into the site. We would designate that through whatever the requirements were with the town.
Right. And I guess because there's a sand, company on the other side of town. And I don't know if you would be using them or using somebody else, but I would just be, I guess, interested to see what routes that could be taken or might happen. I guess it's something I'd like to nail down at some point to kind of figure that out, to make sure we know what impacts we might have on the town itself.
Sure, understood.
If I could just
Madam Chair.
clarify that, these products that Anthony's asking about, you said would be brought on large trucks, correctly?
That's correct.
And we already know Whitney Street has a truck exclusion, so they're not coming down Whitney Street. We already know they're not coming down Hudson Street because they can't pass the aqueduct. So the most likely is they're going to come down 290 and go through Berlin. So I don't understand how you would even think that they could go through the center of town when you've already told you the two main streets that get to this site. One has the aqueduct, which is Hudson Street, and the other one is Whitney Street. So it has to go through Berlin and then from 290.
Well,
But
so
to suggest that they're coming through the center of town and it just doesn't make sense because your two main roads, they're already prohibited from driving down because one has a truck exclusion, and the other one has the aqueduct where large trucks cannot get under.
well, I've seen many large trucks use Lincoln and Pleasant to get to Church to get to 290.
Okay, other questions on that or questions in general? I do have a couple of additional questions. Anything else on the concrete plant?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, hello.
Hi, thank you. So I'm filling in for Steve Medalis. I'm Dave McKay from Myrick O'Connell. And it's nice to see you all tonight. I wanted to point out just a couple of things quickly about the concrete plant. I think you've heard that that issue has been addressed by the Conservation Commission and is the subject of a handful of conditions in that order of conditions. So this issue has been reviewed. I'm sensitive to the chair's point with respect to this board, but hopefully you'll draw some comfort from the fact that this issue has been reviewed pretty extensively by the Conservation Commission. I'd also add that that the peer reviewer has addressed the concrete plant issues as well, and I don't remember exactly the language that he used to describe it, but I think it was something along the lines of that this was a typical part of a construction project. So it's not that unusual, and I think as folks have addressed gets addressed in the context of the normal SWIP as well as the conditions associated with construction. And then the last thing that I would mention is Mr. Medalis had sent over to Ms. Jobert. I don't know if that's been circulated to the rest of the board, but we prepared a draft decision for the board's consideration. And the condition 3 in that draft addresses the concrete plant issues and requires that the applicant shall meet with the town engineer and the conservation agent to review and obtain approval of all details regarding the location and operation of the temporary concrete plant. So I don't think that we're looking to avoid by any means town oversight of the operation of the concrete plant. Quite to the contrary, and we put in a condition that hopefully gives you folks some comfort that that's going to operate in the way that it's intended and with minimum disruption and impact on anyone in the neighborhood.
Yep. So we actually, I don't know if you had the chance to see the memo from our town council, maybe not. He had addressed the fact that obviously it was in with Concom for the wetlands issue, but also felt that in his opinion, the concrete plant element of the development is something the planning board could consider acting on as part of the groundwater protection overlay special permit request. But in order to do that, really, we don't even have the information. It sounds like, you know, for us to place our conditions, we need to know what we're looking at, and we just don't have that, is my concern. So furthermore, I take it you did not see this memo, that we'd be able to evaluate the proposed concrete plant in the same manner, consistent with in the same manner we consider other construction facilities or equipment proposed in connection with a particular development. Where this plant is not a typical construction phase element in Northborough, it'd be reasonable for the planning board to seek input or guidance from other sources such as Department of Environmental Protection regarding such a facility and best practices for operation and use. So if we did want to do that, we just don't have any information by which to do that. So I think that's just what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Yeah, I guess, Madam Chair, I'd respond with two things. One of which is that your own peer reviewer indicated that it was a typical part of construction. So I don't think that there's anything particularly unusual about the operation of this concrete plant. And you've heard information from our project engineer that it's going to be managed within the building envelope and is going to be subject to all of the stormwater controls that we have over the site, as well as from Mr. Kramer, who indicated that the operation of the plant in terms of the pours is actually quite limited in time and is only going to be happening sporadically. So I think STERIS has provided information, and there's not anything in the record that suggests that that the concrete plant is problematic with respect to any issues for groundwater protection. It's been addressed by conservation as well. And I think we have sort of addressed that issue to the maximum extent that we're able to. We're happy to provide, as Mr. Kramer pointed out, some additional information regarding the plant, but I think the condition that we've proposed, which is not an onerous condition, should address any concerns that the board has with respect to that element of the construction.
Okay, and this may be very standard in bigger cities or whatever the case, but in Northborough, this is not typical. This type of plant is not a typical construction phase element in Northborough. So that's where we need to be mindful of that. If the peer reviewers see this in other places or bigger cities or whatever the case, that's fine. Relative to Northborough, it's not something that we deal with. So I just want to be sensitive or mindful to that as well. But I think it's helpful, Mr. Kramer, to whatever extent, you mentioned a package that you could share or just show us.
Certainly.
We haven't seen anything about it at all. And I think that's probably a little bit of
The concern. Not a problem. I'll be glad to put something together, and hopefully it meets with your approval.
So can I ask a question? Are the peer reviewers still on here with us?
I'm not sure, actually.
I am, yes.
Oh, hi, Scott.
Could you, Carrie just made a statement. Could you respond to that statement as if, do you see this in towns that are similar to Northborough versus claiming it, you might see it more in a huge metropolitan city?
So I'm not overly familiar with Northborough. I've never done a project there. I have done projects on the South Shore that are suburban communities that have had large development projects, in the order of over 200,000 square feet of development that have had facilities like this on them. That is the best,
So Michelle, is there a reason you disagree with town council's statement that it's not typical for Northborough?
I'm just saying that what you said was that has the peer consultant seen anything? Is this just been like major cities, or have they seen them in smaller communities like Northborough? That's the only question I asked.
Yeah.
Because you alluded that maybe it was probably larger metropolitan cities. He could probably help guide you by saying, yes, we did one most recently in a smaller town that was in Central Mass or the South Shore or something like that. It's the way you phrased the last question. Since the peer reviewers only on tonight, I asked if he could give you input on that based on your comment.
Yep.
Through the chair, if I may, I just would like to add, if possible, that
Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry, we can't hear you. Yep, there you go.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
I apologize. Doing the exact same project, primarily a very similar project in a little rural town of Chester, New York, which is really a small farming community. It's a very similar situation in the fact that STERIS has been in the community for a very long period of time, and we're at this particular moment building one, have the concrete plant running and operating, and and obviously I would be happy to invite any board members at any time if they would want to come at least and see the concrete plant or the construction site in action. it may give you a level of comfort to do that. I think it would help. So I just share that with you that yes, we're doing it currently at this particular moment. I won't speak for what Steris is else doing, but I know that one in Chester is a small rural town. I just want to share that with you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, other questions? I do
Mary?
have one. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Fred, of course, sure, please do.
As the person who's tasked with working with the conservation agent to review the concrete plant, my main concern is that it is part of the construction process, and the main thing that I want to get clear is that, and perhaps Kip could walk us through a scenario of a building this size with the amount of concrete that's going to be necessary. I guess the main thing would be the hours of operation. Not so much concerned about the plant operating and affecting the groundwater, because we're going to have tight controls on anything that washes out or anything that they're going to have for a discharge. That's going to be taken either offsite or put into someplace else, so it can't get into the wetlands or the groundwater. But it's the hours of operation. He indicated that they like to start early in the morning, work when the weather's a little bit cooler. There's a lot of volume that might go, and I don't know if they would pour one wall at a time and then, set up operation and move it so that the plant's running for one wall, or all the walls at once. So perhaps you could give us an idea of how long during the day they would work and how many days they would operate before shutting down, going on to more form work, and then starting the plant up again.
Certainly. So typically what ends up happening is that there are a great number of days that are done in what we call putting together the different pours. And we create a pour schedule, if you will, which allows us to create the form work, which obviously incorporates the materials themselves for us that we pour the concrete into and the rebar associated with doing so. And there are really typically weeks on end between where that is the physical work that is going on. And then on most cases, we create a number of different pours. It depends on the size, and we've not gotten to the point where we have finished it for this particular project. But there are a series of probably about 15 to 20 pours. Now that's specific to the shields themselves. Please keep in mind that there are other improvements going on with the building. So, other things would happen with regard to the concrete. But essentially what we do is we create a pour schedule, which allows us to build the forms for that particular level, we'll call it. We make that pour, we break those forms down, and then typically go to the second, or what we'll call the other shield associated with it, and do the exact same thing, and then bring everything back to the front. So it's kind of a hopscotch of back and forth between those to make that happen, to get both of those shields built.
So when you're doing one of those 15 to 20 pours, what's the duration that the plant's operating to produce the concrete?
We typically will get a pour done within one day. I just want to be clear that, for example, if we were, any pour that has to be done is going to be done typically within between an 8 and 10 hour day. The earlier in the morning I could start, the better, for lots of reasons that I described earlier. But essentially where it would leave it is just a single day of that pour. Then we let the concrete set up, we break those forms down, and then we spend a great many days putting up the next level, if you will, on top of that, or skipping to the other shield. So it's weeks on end, separated by single days of pour. I will be, just so I'm perfectly clear, please keep in mind that there are other improvements that will happen to the existing facility. So I don't want to not include those, and those will be other pours that get mixed in there. But again, it goes to my point that I think is so important to everyone here, is that, it's not like this is some god-awful piece of equipment that's humming in the background 24/7. It's just not the case. It runs for, a day here and a day there, because we spend many more hours building the forms and the shields than we do actually pouring the concrete itself.
So if the board were to place a condition on the project that limits the hours of operation of the concrete plant from, say, 5 in the morning until 5 at night, a worst case scenario, and the rest of the construction activity could work, say, 7 to 7, which is our typical hours, unless they decide to dial it back more. is that something that's objectionable to you in order to operate the plant properly?
It is not. It is something that could absolutely be worked out to that degree. What I would ask for is even consideration to earlier in the morning. You know, we typically try to start our pours at 3 or 4 if we can. And again, it's only because we catch many more hours of the cooler weather, but that's not absolutely mandatory. But yes, we could essentially limit those to those degrees and be comfortable with that kind of concept.
Well, one of the concerns I would have would be, first, we need to make sure that the board's comfortable with the hours that you want to start the plant and how much noise that would generate. And second of all, how do I alert the police department, who's the one who's going to get the call when the trucks are starting up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, that it's just the concrete plant that can start before 7 and not all the rest of the construction equipment? And I guess subsequent to that, do you need those trucks to pour the raw materials into the plant at 3 o'clock in the morning?
No, it is essentially the mixing of the concrete into the trucks and the jockeying back and forth that would be during those odd hours. Everything else, the 7 to 7 is fine.
So you could put the material in the plant and then start the mixing process in the morning?
Yes.
So that, Kerry, I think that would be some information that would be helpful for crafting a decision with some parameters on the time. And the board would have to discuss what they feel would be comfortable hours for you to work with.
Okay, and what hours did you just say were reasonable hours?
Well, the typical construction schedule that we talked about was from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the concrete pour, and again, it is a flexible thing. This is just, on a wish list, we typically would start about 4 in the morning, I think is the right way to say it. And that would be the concrete plant itself and the concrete trucks getting them ready and in place. We try to get those pours done early in the morning for both temperature and obviously for, controlling the, what other things that are going on the site when it's much busier, from those periods on.
I have a quick question going along with this, hearing 3 in the morning. Steris owns another facility 2 doors down, but it's further away from the neighborhood. Is there any way, and I'm sure you haven't even looked at it yet, to set up the concrete plant further away from the neighborhood so the sound isn't as bad like they on their other facility 2 doors down? Or is there just not enough room in that parking lot?
I would have to look at it. My guess is that when you have their combined operations that are going on there, them running the facility that is currently operating there, and then bringing something to the level of the concrete plant, it would probably be difficult. But it is not something that I would say we can't even look at. We can always take a look at something. But, you have to keep in mind that they've got their current operations running out of that building. You start to mix my equipment with theirs and, truckers walking through the lot and, people on the construction site, it just becomes a more dangerous scenario.
Okay. It was just a concern because when you were saying 7 to 7, I know there are other neighborhoods which have places that start construction 7 to 7. And the complaints we have heard are, sure, the construction starts at 7, but the people start arriving 5:30 and they're getting out of their cars and they're talking and trucks are backing up and they're beeping. And so even though construction's 7 to 7, people start arriving on site earlier than that. So that was a concern I had even with 7 to 7. So if you're going to start pouring at 3 a.m., you're going to have the employees now showing up probably 2:30 a.m. just to prep to start the pours. I guess that's a concern.
As I suggested, this is not about us setting a time at this particular moment. What I told you is what our typical, what it would be. If there are scenarios here because of those kinds of concerns, we would adjust those times to make it work. This isn't something that has to be mandatory. I don't want to give the impression. What I don't want here is the tail wagging the dog at the concrete plant, creating a problem for the project, if you know what I mean. What we will do is we will figure out what, look, my assumption is you want us out of there as quickly as we can possibly get out of there to safely build and do what we need to do here. The sooner, the better. So the more hours we can put in, the better off we are. With that being said, it is going to be an understanding with the community and with what is going on. We do not want to go in there and disturb everybody and make people miserable. What we want to do is get it built, comply with what needs to be done, and get through the project like we do on other projects we do throughout the country.
Great. Okay. A few other missing, or I don't know where the status of them is. Which the noise study, is that? It sounds like the peer reviewers didn't look at it. I don't think we've received a noise study that was done by the Waltham company. Does that exist? Or Kathy, do we have that, the copy of the noise study?
No, we don't have one, Carrie. Rich, I don't know if you have any information on that, but typically what the board has done in the past is, a noise study right now doesn't mean anything. There's nothing to compare it to. So typically what happens is the board puts that in as a condition that they want a noise study conducted. And so our building inspector will work with whoever the company has hired. They will do one when they initially, arrive on site, before they start any actual construction. And then they'll do one after, when the plant, or not the concrete plant, but when the company is up and running, so that you can compare a before and after, if somebody in the neighborhood has a concern about the noise level.
I thought that they had said they were doing one already, because it was supposed to be part of what was reviewed under the peer review was the noise study, and they'd hired that company in Waltham to do it, but they were waiting for, I don't know what happened. Something happened, they couldn't do it, they ended up doing it. I'm just wondering, was it even done at all or not done?
Excuse me, Carrie.
Yes, hi.
Hi. Yes, Mark Wallace is on the call, and he performed the acoustical study and can speak to that.
Okay, do we have a copy of the study? So I don't mind if he wants to present, but we haven't received the copy of it. So is there something to look at, or?
Hi, Mark, are you on?
I am.
Okay, there you go.
I'm not sure if we had prepared a letter report that was provided to STERIS last week. I had assumed that was forwarded to the board for review, but I can give a summary of that study, Madam Chair, if you'd like.
Sure.
So good evening. My name is Mark Wallace. I'm Vice President, Tech Environmental. We are located at 303 Wyman Street, Suite 295 in Waltham, Massachusetts. And I'll give a brief overview of the conceptual design sound study we proposed for the 425 Whitney Street redevelopment project. The goals of the study were to demonstrate that the project will comply with the town of Northborough zoning noise bylaw and the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection noise policy. The study was conducted to determine if the conceptual design of the project will comply with the noise bylaw and the policy. Since the project will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the focus of the study was to assess compliance during the late night and early morning hours when ambient sound conditions are at their lowest. If the project complies, obviously, with the noise bylaw and the policy during these quietest hours, the results of the study also infers that the project complies at any time. Excuse me. We perform both short-term and long-term ambient sound monitoring. The short-term ambient sound measurements were collected in Coolidge Circle neighborhood during one late night period. We also perform long-term ambient sound measurements at the property line to collect measurements over an 8-day period. we took measurements that the existing measurements during that period would range from 38 decibels to 44, which is representative of a quiet rural suburban area. So if we take the lowest value, the 38, the allowable limit by the town's noise bylaw would be 43 at the property line. That's where it's established at for the town's zoning noise limit. For the Mass DEP noise policy, it's applied both at the property line and at the nearest residential dwellings. In that case, it's a 10 decibel allowable limit over ambient. So in this case, it would be 48. So the more restrictive sound limit really is the town's zoning noise bylaw. So in that case, we'd have to make sure that the project meets 43 decibels at the property line. As part of our evaluation, we did a three-dimensional acoustic modeling analysis, which took into consideration terrain, the buildings, and the sound sources. And the primary sound sources that were included in the model included two of the three chillers operating, because one would be used for backup. Then we had the two bunker exhaust fans on top of on top of the roof, and three green low noise building exhaust fans. So in addition to that, we also included intermittent operations of 4 trucks idling in the loading dock areas. So the study is very conservative in the sense that we're assuming all of these things are all operating at their maximum load simultaneously, late at night. So as part of our evaluation, we recommended a number of sound mitigation measures for the project. Those included that the exhaust fans on top of the building be at least 5 decibels quieter than what they're proposing. The bunker exhaust fans should be 20 decibels quieter, and they should also, either by replacing the proposed units with quieter, larger units, and in combination with installing silencers. We also recommended enclosing the chillers in a partially enclosed or equal noise, kinetic noise control enclosure. And in fact, as part of the report that I provided, we provided a brochure which shows the design of that particular enclosure. So the results of the modeling, we also I want to make mention of is that we included receptor points to represent each of the homes on Coolidge Circle in the neighborhood there. So there were 21 receptors representing those homes, as well as a receptor location at the property line. And the results of our predicted sound levels show that the change in sound levels would be between 0 and 3 decibels in the neighborhood, and at 5 decibels above ambient at the property line, therefore showing compliance with the town's noise bylaw, and well below the Mass DEP noise policy limit. In addition to the Mass DEP noise policy limit of 10 decibels allowable over ambient, they also have a pure tone restriction. So when we did our modeling, we took into account the frequencies of the sounds from each of the sound sources, and we showed that there's going to be no pure tone sound conditions or tonal sound conditions at the property line or at the nearest residences. So this was all based on the conceptual design of the project. As we proceed through the final design, we'll continue to work with STERIS to make sure that as the project goes from conceptual design to final design, that we can continue to model and look at some of the potential mitigation measures and whether we want to make them either more restrictive if necessary to make sure and ensure that we're going to meet the allowable limits at the property line and at the nearest residential dwellings. So that's a summation of the analysis that we've done. And if you've ever any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Okay. Am I the only, thank you for presenting that. That was helpful. Did everyone else receive this? And am I missing it, or is everybody missing it?
I didn't get it.
I don't recall seeing it.
No, it hasn't been provided to the town yet, Carrie.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, and then I had a question about, any questions on the noise study? I guess it would be helpful for us to see it first to know like what to really formulate our questions. Just the questions that the peer reviewers weren't able to answer, I just want to quickly cover just the status of the Ontario, California radiation facility. Is that up and running or has that been permitted? I don't know if anyone can answer that. It looks like Libertyville, is Libertyville up and running or Ontario up and running?
Yes, this is Jerry Dworzinski. Right now, the Ontario plant is under construction. We're building the 2 shields at this point. And Libertyville, we're further along. We've built the shields. We've enclosed it inside the warehouse. We're doing the internal piping and wiring and expect to be finished with that facility midsummer and then installing equipment after that. And the Ontario plant is expected about 3 months after that. That kind of mid-fall, that facility be completed as well.
Great. And then anything with the electromagnetic frequencies, any interruptions, or that was something the peer reviewers weren't able to speak to, but I know Steris said no, but that was very abrupt. It was just no. I don't know if there's reason why there's no interruption or interference or. Nothing on that one? Okay. All right, I want to also give the public a chance to make comments. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open up for public comments. I see Laura Folsom, you've had your hand up for a little bit, so I'm going to allow you to talk and ask your questions. Hi, Laura, can you hear us?
Yep. Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hello, just your address too, before you get started there.
Sure. Hi, folks. My name is Laura Folsom. I live at 4 Laurel Avenue. So my understanding of this facility on Whitney Street, it's only about a half a mile from the Growing Room Child Development Center daycare in West Berlin, not in our town, but in West Berlin. I'm not any nuclear expert. I'm actually an electrical engineer and I work as a public school teacher, but I'm just concerned based on the National Center for Biotechnology, a subdivision of the American National Institute of Health, that we know that children are at a significantly greater risk than adults of developing cancer after exposure to radiation. And this is why we don't build cell phone towers next door to our schools. I'm just concerned and I just wanted that to be known. That's one area of concern.
Mm-hmm.
My second question, I've got 4 of them. Should I just go?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. My second question was based on something that Ron Flaharty, sorry, Ron, if I'm butchering your name, or Don Flaharty and Ron Chiridelli had mentioned. They talked about this beam being 7.5 megawatts. That's a lot of energy. I think that the chair had asked for how long, and if the length of time of that 7.5 megawatts beam, how long that lasted. And I think they said it didn't matter the length of time, and I would respectfully disagree. I think that does matter. So that's a concern. That's a lot of energy. My third question is related to the water cooling system that you're talking about. My specific question is, where would this water go? And at this point, isn't the water radioactive? Right? So I know we're talking about the water being dissipated somewhere. That's a concern. Where would the water go? And then my fourth thought was this 12-foot wall. Is there any special shielding? Is there metal or something inside the wall? If someone had said, I think this was when Dawn and Ron were talking, that the wall was going to reduce the radiation to acceptable levels. I just wanted to know what those acceptable levels were.
Okay, great. So regarding the water cooling, did you mean that question related to the chillers?
Yes, I know that, I guess it was related to the chillers, or I'm going to assume with a lot of radioactivity that things heat up.
Yep.
and that you want to cool them.
Okay, so so the water in the chillers, does that just evaporate? Is there, actually, that's one area that peer reviewers didn't have a lot of insight on, just in terms of the chillers. What does happen to that water?
This is Jerry Dworsinski again. I sort of introduced myself, the Director of Engineering for STERIS AST. The water is in a closed loop system, and so it's not where it's closed and it doesn't get radioactive. It cools the jackets of the machines. So much like you have a cooling system in your car, it does the same sort of thing, that it cools the the portion where the 7.5 megawatts is being used. So it does not become radioactive. And as we had said earlier, the 7.5 megawatt power does not make things radioactive. And the water itself does not come in contact. It's on one side of a heat exchanger, and there's an internal cooling loop inside the accelerator, which is, again, a closed loop type system. So it essentially cools the cooling water that's used inside the accelerator. And the chillers, they're also closed loop. So we really don't add any water, or, it doesn't go down the drain. We have a zero discharge from water. And typically, in order to keep everything running, we only see a temperature change in the water of about 10 degrees Fahrenheit. That it typically runs at about 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and it comes back after it goes through the machinery back to the chilling system at 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're not seeing any kind of high temperature water or pressure or any of these sort of things. So it's a low pressure system, mid temperature type system, but the water does not become radioactive.
Okay, and then, so there's no metal inside. We understand the 12-foot walls to be all concrete, no metal inside, correct?
There actually are reinforcing bars.
Okay.
In most concrete type construction you see nowadays, there is reinforcing, and it's typical rebar type construction. It's, I believe these are number 10 bars, which are a inch and a quarter thick along the outside walls. And there's, it's all meets structural, these are all designed by structural engineers, and they all meet, every requirement you could think of. But there is a fair amount of reinforcing steel, wherever there is concrete in the shield.
Okay, and so Laura, your second part of the question was, how does that reduce radiation? How does the concrete? Maybe if you just clarify that exactly.
Well, I guess what the folks earlier said was that was going to reduce the radiation to acceptable levels.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm not an expert, but I just wanted to know, what are those acceptable levels?
The state of Massachusetts actually has, this is David Jackson, Senior Radiation Safety Manager. The state of Massachusetts actually has required levels outside of the shield, less than 2 millirem per hour for any area that would be occupied, and also that there would not be exposure to the public exceeding 0.1 millirem per hour, or millirem, sorry about that. The shield itself is designed to get well below those levels so that we're nowhere near any type of regulatory level. And the purpose of the concrete is to absorb that energy inside the shield so that it doesn't get outside the shield.
Okay, and you folks are directing that beam is being directed near Coolidge Circle, so you're not shooting that towards the daycare center. Is that my understanding? You're shooting that more north instead of east?
That would be correct. And the amount of shielding in the direction that the beam is pointing is thicker than the amounts of shielding behind, only because additional shielding is needing there. But even the areas in the direction opposite of where the beam is pointing are still more than thick enough to absorb the energy before it gets outside of the shield.
Okay, to account for any scattering and reflection and that sort of thing.
Exactly. The folks who designed the shield, again, registered with the state of Massachusetts, approved to be able to do that type of stuff, took into account not only scattering, but various different bounces and portions that are, coming off of different areas inside the shield, and how they lose energy before they get to anything that exits the shield.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Laura. Any other comments, public comments? Okay. Looks like not. Okay, so any other questions from the board or staff? Oh, Amy?
Yeah, I guess I just have a couple, and this is just, I don't know where we're headed. I don't know if we're going to approve tonight, not approve, or vote, but these were just questions that I had, whichever way we're moving forward. But there was a discussion about biohazards on the property, and it has been informed to us that everything that's going to be sterilized is brand new. But if we did write a decision, one condition I'd want to have is that if there were biohazards to come on the property in the future, that it would come back in front of the planning board just to review. That would be one idea I had. And I don't know, are these things I should be talking about now, or I guess I'm just.
No, go ahead.
Well, we have everybody on.
Yep.
And I know Michelle had talked earlier about the Geiger counter on the outside of the building, and they'd need to investigate. That would be something that would be important to me. Page 22, like I talked earlier, how the monitoring will be recorded and to whom it will be reported. That was something the peer reviewer discussed. That was what Steris's answer was for that.
Are you speaking to any type of monitor that might be outside of the building?
Well, no, even on, let me pull it up. I guess it would be on the outside too, but I think his question might have been for the inside, that there was monitoring being done, but he didn't note where the monitoring was actually being reported, who it was being reported to.
The state of Massachusetts requires us to provide them with an initial shield survey.
Yeah.
And then they require us to perform additional surveys should anything change in association with the machinery.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep, that's what it talks about. If there's a change in the machinery or an event such as an earthquake.
Correct.
You'd have
Anything that could have an effect on the shield. So if there was an earthquake of a magnitude that could have an effect on the shield, we would inspect the shield and perform a survey at that point to satisfy the state requirements.
Yeah. Okay. And those reports are going to the state. Do you keep a copy?
We keep a copy for the state to inspect.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the state comes through and they do audits every 1 to 2 years, depending on how busy they are. But usually that exceeds no more than 2 years before a state representative comes on to perform an audit of everything that we're doing.
Okay. All right. One of our concerns was environmental factors like earthquakes or anything that could happen. And I know it says you do one survey at the beginning that we just talked about and one for any change. If there was an added condition to do a survey, say every 5 years, because, not everything is, if things shift or if say something happens to the shield, would you be amenable to a shield survey every 5 years or just something to prove to us that it's still safe?
We could be amenable to doing periodic shield surveys.
Okay. And let's see. And the beams we discussed, you said face the woods.
To tell you the truth, I don't know which directions the woods are. I believe they're facing northward.
Yeah, that's correct, Dave. Through north is the back of the building, so into the woods, yes.
Okay. I had a list of like 12 questions, but I think most of them have been answered. I guess another condition I would talk about would be trucks turning left like we have in a lot of our facilities. I know right now you can't go over the bridge and down Whitney Street, but if say that bridge was ever brought up to standard, then the trucks could go down Whitney Street. I'm not sure how big the truck exclusion is there. if it's for dump trucks or if it's for 18-wheelers. But I guess a truck exclusion to make sure it turns left and they go out to 290. Those are just some of my.
I'm sorry, Amy, through the board. Yes. So typically our truck routes are all coming off of 290 and up through Berlin, up Whitney Street. None of them are coming down Whitney Street.
Okay, so if there was a condition that the trucks have to turn left, that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Again, not knowing their routes, but our experience is I don't see trucks leaving our property and heading toward the center of town. They're always going left down through the circle and into onto 290.
Okay. All right. And I think if we were going to talk about, when we talk about this further, I think the hours and conditions for the construction are concerning for me. Just the 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So actually, if I can ask on that note, is there such a thing as a noise or barrier fencing that would help with that, even on a temporary basis?
No. Two things. One is, remember, I did suggest that the hours are fungible and to be discussed. I was giving you our perfect scenario. No, typically, and we certainly have a noise expert on the call, so I don't want to presume anything, but from a standpoint, it is a bit more difficult to develop anything that would be effective from those, to any reasonable standard to help. So I would suggest that, in my experience in a lifetime of construction, is that the answer to that is no.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Through the chair, after you moved forward from the public comment period, I see a hand from Michael and then a hand from Laura go up again. I'm not sure if you want to address those.
Laura, did you, is that from before, or do you have a question? Laura, can you hear? Oops. Did you have a question, Laura, or was that your hand up from before?
Sorry, I think that's my hand up from before. I'm gonna stay away from the keyboard now, but it's very.
No problem, no problem. Okay, and then Michael Brunswig, I see you have your hand up. I think you
Hi
can.
there. I don't know if you can hear me okay.
Yep, just your name and address.
Great. This is Michael Brunswig, 4 Jenkins Drive here in Northborough. And it does, from a standpoint of, the radiation and all the other details that have been talked about sound quite honestly scary. Did I hear them say a 8.5-foot concrete wall or a 12.5-foot concrete wall that we're using to protect the facility from the environment?
12.
Yeah. Okay, so that's some pretty serious stuff inside there. Wow. Okay. That's all. Just very scary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thanks, Jim. Okay, any other comments then? In terms of moving towards a decision, how does the board feel at this point in terms of what we have or what we still need, or thoughts on that?
Is that the decision just on the groundwater?
No, it's not my preference to separate them. I think, I don't know. It's up to the board what you want to do. I would like.
The applicant was asking just for the groundwater tonight. That's what the applicant is requesting.
Yeah. The thing with the groundwater is that the concrete plan is tied to the groundwater special permit. So if we find out anything about the concrete plan in terms of how, Mr. Kramer offered to provide some sort of package for us that gives us more information and lets us at least conceptualize it. If there's something we did want to do with that, that's under the groundwater special permit, not the site plan. So I don't know to what extent we mind that ship sailing, or are we comfortable with that?
I'm not uncomfortable with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other thoughts?
I think there's so much information that came in today or last night, I should say, that I still haven't been able to review. And I'd hate to have to look back and say, oh, I wish we could have looked at that or considered this as it relates certainly to groundwater and the plant. My preference would be to look at the totality of everything and have a chance to digest everything.
Okay. Other thoughts? Amy, thoughts from you?
I'm thinking, I know it is. It's because it has been 18 months, and I do thank the peer reviewers for all the hard work that they did. And I think Michelle said they were hired by Northborough, but I think they were hired by Steris, paid for the peer reviewers. And I just want to thank them for all their work and for Steris for answering the questions. But we did receive all the information yesterday, and it's a lot after 18 months to review. I think we got a lot of information tonight. We still haven't received the sound study, but I do appreciate what they did. It sounded like it was very thorough.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd want to hear from what the rest of the board feels. But, if anybody on the board is uncomfortable because they didn't have the time to read everything, because we did just get it yesterday. And I know people have busy jobs during the day. I don't want anybody to walk away uncomfortable that they didn't have time to read all the information that we just received.
Millie, did you have time to read everything that we just got?
Not everything, but I did get a good chance to look over quite a bit of it.
Okay. Anthony, did you read it? Did you get a chance to read it? Oh, we can't hear you.
I got scanned through one of the bigger report on radiation, but not the other two.
Okay. Michelle, did you get a chance to read them all? Oh, we can't hear you.
1 second. I did.
Okay.
I read them both, and I just want to remind the board that we just spent, I think it was close to 2 hours with the peer reviewer asking questions back and forth and back and forth. So, they're here now. I think you have to be fair to the applicant, because look at the number of panelists on here that they've brought before you to ask questions.
Yeah, that's
So I think
great.
every time they've asked you a question, you've acknowledged, okay, as if to say, I understand. So if you have concerns, I think the concern that you seem to be focusing on, Kerry, is with the construction of the concrete plant, and staff has told you that's under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, and that we should be focusing more on tonight the hours and the duration of it. That's the best that we can do for it. So I'm not quite sure I understand your concerns on that. And I do think the board, like we said, with all these panelists asking questions, and the response from most of us have been, I understand. So.
Yeah, I just, so did you mention you said you read 2 reports. There are 3 reports. Did you read all 3?
I read them all.
Okay. So I did not get a chance to carefully look at all 3 because, there's a lot to review. I think that when we're looking at this X-ray radiation facility coming in, I want to feel comfortable that I have read everything. I think that there's a lot to process. I think we've asked a lot of questions that need to be processed. There's noise studies still. I would like to see the concrete plant. I think the conservation has its piece regarding the concrete plant, but it's also reasonable for us to take a look at it as well. And I think town council outlined that in his memo to us, that it was reasonable for us to look at. I think that all board members should have the confidence that they read all of the reports and understand it and don't have any further questions, or there's nothing left to look at that point. I don't know. Amy, did you get a chance to read all the reports? You said you read radiation, but not the other 2?
I skimmed over the other two, but I did read the radiation.
Okay, so does the board want to make a decision from skimming reports, or do we want to actually have the time to read the reports, I guess?
I don't know. I just took the time to be prepared for the meeting because I knew the applicant was going to ask for a decision tonight. And we have 26 people on, so I was prepared.
Yeah.
I did ask last week if we had the paperwork yet, and we thought it was coming in on Saturday, and it didn't come in until yesterday at noon.
Can I just point out that our peer reviewers did provide the information to me on Friday night. I'll just remind you all that you had town meeting on Saturday. Some of you were emailing me up till 9:30 on Friday night, so that's what I was focused on. We had town meeting on Saturday, and I took Sunday off. So that's why you got the material on Monday. So it's through no fault of the peer reviewer. And I just want to point out that the peer reviewers went through every single page tonight of all three reports. So, I understand that people want to read the information, but they're all here if you had specific questions.
Yeah, and I'm not blaming it. I hope you don't take that you're being blamed, Kathy. It's just a matter of, for whatever reason, we got them late. I think that we should be reading these in full and being able to get all the reports. As I mentioned, there's nothing that I received about the concrete plan at all. There's nothing, we don't have the noise study. So do we need to, if we've bothered to do all this for the last 18 months, why would we rush, and we get everything at the last minute, and then it's on us to make the final decision after everybody else took extra time and extra weeks and all of this. And now the planning board comes down to, we're supposed to get everything we need and read it and really internalize it and go back and review. It's not something that I prefer to do. I don't know if other board member, it sounds like Anthony's not comfortable. I don't know if Amy's comfortable. It sounds like Millie was able to skim the reports. I don't know if she's comfortable with that. I'm just determining board. Michelle's comfortable. Amy, are you comfortable?
Not 100%. I'm not trying to blame you, Kathy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
No, I'm not taking any blame. I'm just explaining to you.
Yeah.
Carrie, can I just ask a quick question? Since you and Anthony are not prepared because you haven't reviewed the reports, are you expecting all these panelists to come back at the next meeting again to answer your questions?
No, of course not. No, I just
But they're the ones that are here tonight. So the fact that you're not prepared, what happens with if you have a question and the peer reviewers on here and the noise guy isn't here, and then this whole staff that they've presented for you tonight. I mean, Kathy sent it out at 10 a.m. on Monday morning. So I'm trying to figure out what you're expecting at the next couple of meetings, that all this panelists are here again. You want the peer reviewers back again?
No, I don't think that's, I just think we need an opportunity. I don't even have the noise study. So that's great that the noise, the noise professional attended this evening, but I don't have a copy of the study to even look at. So how can I intelligently speak to that or look at that or have questions? I think that it's our job to review materials carefully. And if they come, if I am in client meetings all day because I work a full-time job and I get reports the day before a big hearing, and if I have client meetings, I have client meetings. It's my job. I can't be expected to not do my job and then read 100 pages worth of reports to be on call to make a decision. I think we need fair amounts of time when we're going to make a big decision like this. This is an X-ray radiation facility, and we should be fully confident that we read everything and are able to make an intelligent decision. And that's where I stand on it.
I guess I thought that it was for tonight. It was really, I know you don't want to separate it, but it was really more on the groundwater special permit. And I for me, I didn't feel like there was going to be anything in the reports that would, in the noise study, that would not be applicable to the site plan. So wouldn't that still be a criteria for the site plan? So if we're waiting for more information on the noise study, wouldn't that be what we use for the site plan, not for groundwater or for
Correct.
the concrete?
No, so the concrete plan would be for the special permit.
Right, but the noise study was really for the whole project.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so as a majority of the board, it sounds like Anthony wants time to look at materials. Amy wants time and I want time. So I think we need to take the time to do that. I think we need to get the reports in, and anything we can get on the concrete plant. I think we talked about a package for the concrete plant. We talked about the noise study. I guess there's no additional information on the EMFs. Is there anything else that is outstanding? And I don't think everybody needs to come back, but. Nothing else outstanding? Okay, does the town have a copy of the noise study at this point?
Kathy said no.
No,
Okay,
I don't.
Okay, so we'll need a copy of that. And then do we have anything on? Well, I guess there's no further information on any of the. Mr. Kramer, you mentioned that you'd have information that you could send to us. Is that something that's already packaged? It's easy to just share, that you don't have to do a lot of extra work? It's just something quick?
No, the answer is it's something that I prefer to put together because I've been able to listen to your specific concerns and questions. If I just send you, the typical stuff from the concrete plant manufacturer or anything of that nature, I don't think it will suffice. I want to give you things that will directly address what you're looking for, but it's not a problem. I will jump right on that and get that in your hands very quickly, so that you have the opportunity to address it.
Okay, and then if there's a different board, if for some reason there's a different board, then I think that all the materials will be there. It's just a matter of re-publicizing the hearing. And then there's not a whole additional, no one has to do the peer review again. It's just a matter of reviewing the materials that exist, which should be a full package at that point. So I don't think it's the most detrimental thing in the world to give everyone the opportunity to fully review all the materials we have.
Madam Chair, may I comment on a couple of things?
Sure.
So, I mean, I'm newer to this project than many of you, but I would point out that the peer review calendar and the timing for which the town requested peer reviews was controlled by this board. So I recognize that folks would want additional time to review the report. But this has been an application that has been pending for 1.5 years now. We have assembled 16 folks to answer every question that the board might have on a number of diverse areas. We've got all of our project team here as well. The noise study issues are a separate requirement under the bylaw. The project is going to have to comply with the performance standards under the noise bylaw, no matter what. So that's an obligation that's on us. We've proposed a permit condition that also sort of solidifies that. So we're happy to supply the noise report to the board, but as your town planner pointed out, that is typically a condition that's added to a permit, and I think doesn't need to hold up the board's decision. Similarly, with respect to the concrete plant, we have the folks here to answer any questions that the board has. I think STERIS has been answering questions related to the concrete portion of the project for some time, so I don't think that this is a new issue that's just been dropped on the board. And your peer reviewers are also here and have commented on that. And it's also subject to other permits from the Conservation Commission, and will be an ongoing item that is subject to review. And we've also proposed a permit condition that addresses that. I appreciate the chair's comment that what's the big deal if we have to start over. It actually is a big deal, and it's more than just time. There are legal ramifications for STERIS and the project, and what requirements apply to the project and possibly what other requirements might apply to the project if we have to start all over again. And so that is, a significant imposition on us. We think we can move forward with all of the issues related to the groundwater special permit, and the board can decide those. If there's a special concern with respect to the concrete plant, I think we'd be willing to have that added as a consideration for site plan review. If you wanted to make that a piece of a condition of that site plan review permit, I think we'd be amenable to that. But the groundwater piece is really important for us to get a decision, because if we have to start all over, that's really a problem for us. So I'm not trying to unfairly limit the time that the board has had to review these issues, but we've got everybody here, and it has been an application that has been pending for an extremely long time.
Right.
Excuse me, Carrie, can I just ask a quick question?
Yep. I just want to address the piece about what the site plan part. You would not, if two members left the board, how would the site plan be approved without having to start over?
Well, Stephen can address this, but there are different rules that apply with respect to the site plan review that aren't as strict as the rules for voting with respect to the special permit. So
I'm just trying to find our town council sent us something about it. Kathy, what did
the site plan is similar to a subdivision where it's a majority of the board that's required to approve that. So it's 3 out of 5 is the minimum vote that you would need.
Oh, so you'd need a full, I got it. Okay.
and your new members could vote on the site plan. Your new members couldn't vote on the special permit unless you started all over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be unfair to you, but on the flip side, to rush for everyone else to take their time, and then it gets dumped on the planning board that under 48 hours of our hearing, it's very difficult to then, be under the gun to make a decision at this point without, if we have an opportunity, as we've been told by council, to use the special permit process for the concrete plant, and we miss that boat. I have concerns about that because I haven't even seen the concrete plant. I haven't seen anything about the concrete plant. This is new to we've been asking about the concrete plant since the very beginning and have been told that we weren't able to look at it. We were just recently told that we can in fact look at it. So that's not something we've been dismissing this whole time. This is something that we've been asking about. Should it be part of our review? How do we find that out? And we're just finding out now that it can be. So how do I make, I don't want to miss the boat on reviewing that carefully because the neighbors are very much concerned about that concrete plant, very much concerned about the noise associated with it. And to not even look at it, to understand what that consists of, I don't think is responsible to do in this position. And that's my concern. Yeah, Michelle, you had a question.
So I have 2 questions. One is for Amy. Amy, I know you always come well prepared to the meetings. You said that 2/3 of the materials you had reviewed. Is there anything else that you haven't reviewed that you can ask the panelists the questions that they're here now? I mean, I think in all fairness that they're all here right now. And is there anything there that you didn't? And then secondly, I want to remind that legal counsel was on this meeting with Steris and with the peer reviewers for, Kathy, if you can help me, was it an hour and a half? And he didn't seem to indicate to have any concerns. I think he probably would have spoken up if he did. So again, I happen to agree with the applicant. You have two board members who came prepared today, reviewed, and Amy did most of her reviewing, and I think we're ready to vote on it. And I just don't think it's fair to the applicant to delay it. I mean, it has been 18 months. We're talking about the groundwater, and we still have the process to go through with the site plan review.
For me, it goes back to the whole board. Like, it has been 18 months, but during that time there was COVID where we were shut down. And the last time the peer reviewers were supposed to come back, they asked for a continuance. So like Carrie just said, you're throwing it on the board, all this information 24 hours in advance for something that's going to affect a neighborhood for the rest of their lives. To say to the board who has been preparing for 18 months and coming prepared to say that we're sorry, you know, that you got it 24 hours ago, but you didn't get to read it, but we want your decision tonight. I just wish there was more time. Like, I wish we could have another meeting before the 11th or figure it out, but I just think it's after 18 months not to review all the information and put it all together. Like, if you saw where I'm sitting right now, the stack of papers I have, just to put it all together to have a decision that's right for our town and our neighborhoods. If half the board hasn't had a chance to read it because they do have a full-time job, then it's only half a decision. I don't know. I feel like we've given people time throughout the process. So to put the guns on everybody right now, to pull the trigger, who they might miss a condition because you're rushing, it just isn't right. And I feel bad for the applicant too. I know they paid for the peer reviewer and they've been coming, but we've given them continuances too. And it's a hard position to be in. And I wish we weren't here right now to come down to this, but I don't think
I just wanted to comment. I'm looking at the attendees list. I happen to know where all of them live because most of them are on with regards to what's happening on Bartlett Street. And I haven't heard from one abutter tonight. So I think if there was a problem that they would have been here asking questions. So I'm not hearing any questions from anyone over in the Coolidge Circle, nothing tonight. The person who spoke before was over near Bartlett Street.
I just know the purpose of the zoning bylaw is to promote the general welfare of the town of Northborough, protect the health and safety of its inhabitants, and it goes on. And it's our job to make sure
Well, I can't convince anymore for you guys. All I can say is that I did my homework as I do before the planning board meetings, and I reviewed everything that was sent to me today. Millie did her homework, and I'm sorry you guys aren't prepared and didn't do your homework.
Well, Michelle, I don't find that to be a fair statement because quite often you haven't done your homework. And I think this board works really hard to do our homework. To receive materials 24 hours in advance and expect that we have it done. This peer review has been a process well since August. So to think that we can run a peer review process effectively and then review materials within 24 hours and be expected to come forward and feel confident. If your fellow board members don't feel confident because they've only been given a short period of time to review materials, then I guess we just have a difference of approach on that. But I think every member of this board should feel confident that they had enough time to review the peer review that we bothered to do all this for, to spend 6 months or whatever many months we did doing the peer review, and then dedicate, an hour or whatever, 2 hours to it, it doesn't give it the justice it deserves or the time or comparison. We had problems with the peer review. We had only half the peer review. First, we had a problem finding a peer reviewer. Then we had problems with the right RFP or the right information in the RFQ, so that only half the peer review was done. Then we finally got the other half. So none of this has been a neat process where all of a sudden we're showing up unprepared today and it's on this board that we're unprepared. I think that's a really unfair statement to make. So I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I completely disagree.
Well, I'm
All right,
only
it
saying
sounds
that,
like
I just
Michelle-
wanted to just
Michelle,
comment,
excuse me, I'm still
Harry, I
talking.
just wanted to
I'm still
comment
talking,
that
Michelle.
the only reason I said that was because I work full-time too, and I just wanted to comment that I took the time because I knew it was an important meeting.
Yes, it is an important meeting. Thank you. Okay, it sounds like I am not prepared to make a decision. Anthony, are you prepared to make a decision?
No.
Amy?
No, because I want to support that everybody is prepared.
Millie, are you prepared?
I am comfortable, but I understand where everybody's coming from. That was a lot of material and it was stressful to go through it all.
Okay, so a majority of the board is not prepared this evening to make a decision because we need time, we need adequate time to review the materials and do a proper review of the materials. With that said, we can come back quickly, we can come back, it doesn't have to take a lot of time. We can come back at the next meeting and that's fine. Happy to do that. If we want to make a motion to continue to May 18th at 6 p.m., that's the next available time. I don't think we need more time than that. If anyone feels differently, feel free to comment.
Through the chair, could you just confirm exactly what you need, the sound study, and what was the other item?
Mr. Kramer offered to put together a package about the concrete plant, just so that we actually have details, any details whatsoever about the concrete plant, the proposed hours of operation, what that looks like for the.
Okay, and then if I could just remind the board of the criteria for site plan review and the groundwater special permit criteria, because I think, this board gets over involved on the use within the building. I've been saying it for the 18 months that it's site plan review. You're not charged with becoming radiation experts, but I would just request that the board review the standards under which the applications are subject for approval, and we'll supply that information.
Yes, and thank you. And one of the performance standards of this use involves noise, as you know, and one of the things we're looking for is the noise study.
Correct, and we had the noise expert, but we'll get you that study. We have it. I didn't know it hadn't gone to the town.
Okay.
And the result is the same. It'll be the same result that you heard this evening.
That's fine. I just don't know why it wasn't provided. It would have been better to have.
Understood. You can't fault this applicant for supplying information. I mean, my office is full.
Absolutely not.
For a site for an allowed use in the industrial zoning district.
No, absolutely not. And I think that we set out to find out did this use meet the performance standards? And part of that is noise. So we're looking for the noise study, which I think you agree is okay. It's reasonable.
Well, but I would offer that it's difficult to do a noise study for something that hasn't been constructed yet. That's why it's a performance standard.
But you just did a study. We just didn't receive it. So I just don't know what the.
Right. We've decided. Yeah, we've discussed that.
Okay. So I'm just looking for that. And then whatever Mr. Kramer had offered for the concrete plant information, I think would be really helpful. And then we have all the reports from the peer reviewers. And then I think we'll be ready to come back. So is there a motion to continue to May 18th at 6 p.m.?
I make a motion to continue to May 18th at 6 p.m.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, we'll be back here on the 18th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Aye.
Good night.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay. Next we have on our agenda, well, I'm debating on,
Carrie, do you want to take up the request for the continuance?
yeah, I was just debating on 85 and 95, just with the time. What time, Jim, what time do we have you until?
I believe, I think it was around 10 o'clock, but again, as long as you need. But I believe it was 10 o'clock, but don't quote me on that.
Okay. All right, so why don't we go with the continued public hearing, definitive subdivision application for 0 Bartlett Street, map 51 parcel 3 and map 66 parcel 16 to construct a 4-lot subdivision.
So I just want to, I mean, I think, actually, I don't know if the applicant is online or not, but I just, want to point out to everybody that they sent the board, or, through me, they sent an email requesting a continuance to your June, oh, I see Mark Donahue, to your June 1st meeting. And then there was some follow-up information also from Attorney Donahue.
Oh, the follow-up being the answer about continuing?
Yeah, you had asked questions, Carrie, and then I shared that with the board.
Yes, yes. So I guess I just wanted to clarify because it sounds a little off track. So I wanted to have the opportunity to just make sure that we're looking for the right materials. And, my inclination was actually not to continue because it didn't sound like you were obtaining the things that we agreed upon on the last meeting. So I wanted to just touch base on what, I just went back and as I mentioned, I don't know if Kathy forwarded my response, but just that I went back and listened to the hearing where we last left off, and it sounded like the board's going in a different direction than you were headed. So I wanted the opportunity to just make sure that we were both in the same spot so that you're not continuing to go off in one path and we're actually looking for something different.
I also, Madam Chair, for the record, Mark Donahue on behalf of the applicant. I also went back and reviewed the meeting to make sure that we were on track. Board members were fairly clear that what they were looking for is either the Form C application signed by Massachusetts Water Resource Authority as owner, or a letter from that body indicating it was aware of the subdivision application and did not have any objection to it. We've undertaken to try to get that communication in one of those two forms from the MWRA. I have been in communication with both administrative staff, executive staff, and general counsel's office. They have acknowledged that they have the request. It is working its way through the bureaucracy. They have not said no, but they have also not produced a letter. And so what we're looking for is an opportunity to get you the information you asked for back on March 16th. You'll recall that we had extensive discussion about whether it was required or not, and I don't want to go down that road again. If we can get it, it resolves the issue in some fashion, and therefore the additional time, and that's why we asked for June, so as to not clog up your agenda, to provide enough time to try to get the bureaucracy to move forward and hopefully produce that so we can give it to the board and move on toward an approval. So I think both the boards, given how much energy you've put into this evening and the appropriateness of getting this resolved, since it's important to the board, it's best served for both the applicant, the board, and the town as a whole that we have a continuation for, I suggested June, and it's up to you as to when that fits for your schedule as a board, to see if we can do everything that we can do to get you what you want from the MWRA.
Okay, so when I listened to the hearing, it sounded like the majority of the board was looking really for the signature component of it, not really looking to get some sort of letter.
We talked about both and we're gonna get whatever we can get and you'll make a determination on base what it is. Your request for the signature is part of the request to the MWRA.
Okay. I see. So it wasn't the Commonwealth. It's through the MWRA to the Commonwealth. That doesn't mean to say you're not trying to communicate with the Commonwealth.
Well, the MWRA under the enabling statute has care and control. So we're working with the party who, as we talked about last time, has care and control of the aqueduct.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's the part that I misunderstood. It sounded like that you were just going to try to get some sort of, I don't know. It wasn't clear what you were trying to get. So I just wanted to make sure that it
Hopefully
was
it's clear now.
So I just want to make sure it's on the right path. Listening to Attorney Donahue, which path he's taking, does that sound like the path that we left with last time to everybody and that's on the right track?
Yeah, to show ownership, right? That they agree. They agree to the subdivision.
Okay. Any other thought? And so, Attorney Donahue, you're looking to show you're working with MWRA as to have some form of proof to show ownership.
Well, not so much proof of ownership, to be clear. What we were asked to obtain was the MWRA signature as owner on the Form C application.
Okay.
That is part of your application. That's different than proving that they own the aqueduct. That's not a burden you've ever put on any other applicant.
Okay, so you're talking to them about actually co-signing the form, co-signing their subdivision.
We're talking to them about hopefully getting that. And if that's not within their ambit because of the technicalities that we discussed last time, because they are not legally the owner, Commonwealth of Massachusetts has legal record title, then they'll sign something else and you'll make your determination based upon what it is at that time.
Okay. Does that still sound on track? What I didn't want to do was we keep continuing this. And what I didn't want to do is I feel like we keep setting the expectation of what we want, but then we keep hashing it out again and then not getting it. So I didn't want to then just continue without at least touching base to then find out where we're talking two different languages and we're going to be back in the same place next time.
I think we're on the same page, and both Mr. Lopez and I thank you for the education on radioactivity and concrete plants.
Oh.
Okay, so before we, I guess, move to continue, does that sound, I want to make sure to board members, that sounds on track. Everyone's okay with that?
It sounds on track to me.
Okay,
I agree.
okay. Michelle, for you as well?
I agree.
Okay. All right. Well, I do, I don't have a copy. Actually, I have a pile of paperwork here. Your copy of your letter, let me just pull it up. Just to get the exact dates.
It asks for whatever meeting works for the board in June and continue the date for a decision to July 1st to give you time. And if those dates don't work because of vacations or anything, just tell me and we can propose something different.
Okay, and then similar to what we talked about earlier with issues if members aren't still here, there's no impact either way to the subdivision. That's also similar to the site plan. There's no impact to the subdivision.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as say no impact. I mean, we'll evaluate it after the 11th and see what we do. We can either proceed because there'll still be 3 sitting members and we need a 3-member vote. The option would be to re-advertise and submit, not resubmit, but it would be basically re-advertise, renotice all the butters, and do enough of a presentation to bring whatever new board members exist up to speed and do with that. We haven't thought about that in any fashion as to which makes more sense.
Okay. And Kathy, that looks like also what Attorney Janeski thought as well for what would be the impact there?
Yes. Yep, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So I have a letter here. The first available board meeting in June.
any board meeting in June. It's up to your calendar. You're
Okay.
accommodating us.
So your, in terms of what the MWA has communicated in their timing, do they suspect that they'll have an answer by June, or you're just guessing that that is what it's going to take?
It frankly is dealing with a bureaucracy, and you know, if we're speaking with the decision maker, we know it. If we're talking with people who have to speak to other people, it's a bureaucracy. So, you know, more time is better with a bureaucracy, I find, than less as a general rule. And dealing with state agencies and during COVID with remote work, that's only become more true. So that's why we're suggesting June.
Okay, what are the days in June? Let's see.
The 1st and the 15th.
Oh, yep, you're right. The first. Yep. Okay. Any thoughts from board members on either one?
My suggestion is probably June 15th, just to give them a little more time in case they have some delays on getting the paperwork that's needed.
Fine.
It's fine.
Kathy, does that give you enough time for July 1st?
Yeah, just to let the board know, I'm off the week of June 7th. So if anything comes in the week of June 7th, you know, you'll receive it on Monday, the 14th.
With your permission, I have at least the chair's email. When I submit it to your office, I'll also send it directly to the chair, and perhaps you can distribute it.
Yep, everyone's everyone's address. They all have a town. All the board members have a town address. Cool. So their first initial and last name.
Okay, we'll provide anything that comes in during your absence. We'll provide directly. So
there's an planning board, it goes to everybody automatically instead of doing everybody individually. Isn't it planning board at town.ma. whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I think if you send it to that email, it will automatically go to everybody on the board and Kathy.
I'll call Fred and get instructions. He'll tell me what to do.
Good help, Mark.
Okay, so, but I think the question would be really, if we don't meet till the 15th, that's 2 weeks till the 1st for the decision, or a little more than 2 weeks for the decision. So that seems like it would be enough time, Kathy, even pending your time out of the office?
Yeah, I mean, July 1st, you just have to be, and Mark, maybe we can adjust this. July 1st is a Thursday. So, you know, if perhaps the extension could be until July 7th.
That's
You
fine.
know, the 6th is the planning board meeting.
I would revise my request accordingly.
And, you know, and board members, I don't know, you know, if anyone's thought it's not really that far ahead, but, you know, if you're going to go to a summer schedule or not.
We didn't last year. I think it worked out okay. If people have vacations, that's all right, but it's a good opportunity to work on bylaws and do some planning and things like that if we're light on applications. But obviously, if we booked it to this day, we'd be committed to it either way. So do we want to target the 15th or do we want to target the 1st? Either way. 15th sounds like it was a day.
Sure.
I'm good with the 15th.
Okay. Okay, then is there a motion to continue to June 15th at 6 p.m.?
I make a motion to continue the Zero Bartlett application to June 15th at 6 p.m.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And carries an aye. And one more is the motion to change the deadline, motion to accept the extension of the deadline to July 1st.
7th.
Decision, 7th,
Seven.
July 7th for the decision. Motion to continue, motion to accept the extension to July 7th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye.
Thank you. See you then.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have the continued public hearing, special permit common driveway application for 85 and 95 West Street, map 57, parcels 34 and 35 to construct a common driveway serving 5 lots.
So, Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself on this.
Yes.
There we go.
Is it just you this evening or?
This is Brian Waterman from WDA Design Group. I believe Mark Kablack, the attorney, is joining us as well.
So he was here earlier. I do not see him now, but a Mitch Cook raised their hand. I don't know if they're involved as well.
I don't know.
Jim, Mitch Cook
Mitch is
isn't a
one of
butter.
the abutters.
Yeah. Oh. Mhm.
Um,
Okay. Do you want to try to call him or?
Let me, I'll see if I can text.
There's also a phone number, if that may be him, ending in 721.
Yes, he's calling in.
Okay, so
Oh, that's him? Okay.
Yeah, Mark should be calling in. Yeah, I believe 721.
okay, so I will move the 721 over, I can't move them over, but I'll allow them to talk if you want to just have them identify themselves. And so they are over, I believe it's *6 to unmute.
I see him on the screen there.
Yeah, he's just muted still. I'm going to ask to unmute him.
Lead him.
All right. Well, he seems to be muted still, but do you need him to start or, oh, no, there he is. Okay.
No. Oh,
Okay.
are you with us, Mark?
Yes, I'm here. Mark Kablack. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so as we get started here, as we did receive a lot of things late today. So if there's any ability for you to really condense it to what's changed since the last time, I think that would be helpful, because otherwise it's really confusing personally for me to figure out like where we stand. This has gone back and forth so many times. So I want to give you the opportunity to speak to that, but if it gets to a point where it's just gone way too far from the last time, we may have to think about what we can do.
No, I think we can easily condense it. So we had continued at the last meeting. We received some last minute comments from an abutters engineer. We were also working with Fred, and we still have the ongoing Conservation Commission meeting. We addressed some of the comments that were applicable in the abutters engineer's letter. Fred also had some comments that we addressed, and the commission had a few comments. One of the main things was the culvert under Cherry Street. There's a historic stone culvert under Cherry Street. After some discussions with Fred and the DPW director, we designed a new culvert system to replace the culvert under Cherry Street, submitted that design, and the DPW and Fred approved that design. So the applicants have agreed to do that upgrade under Cherry Street, the Cherry Street culvert. The other items that were adjusted were some of the infiltration systems got larger. We modified some grading to adjust for cover over the system. So those were all taken care of. And then Fred had a couple of minor comments the other day. He spoke directly to our engineer. They worked that out. We submitted the revised plans and stormwater report. And then one other comment that came up the other day was about the the covenant areas that had been shown on the original plans, the covenant area B, which was towards the back of the site, and covenant area A, which was near the front. In discussions with Kathy and the attorneys and Mia from the Concom, it turns out the covenant areas had actually expired in 2013. There was a 20-year or 30-year extension or a time frame on those. So we were asked to remove those from the plans. So that was done, and that's on the set of plans that you have currently, that they're no longer the covenant areas. Just for clarity on the plans. And then Fred issued a letter after we did those other minor revisions and updated the plans in the stormwater report that said he sees the plans are acceptable as submitted. He had, I think, 7 items, which are really for future construction or as-built conditions. So they don't apply to, a current review of this. So we've addressed all the comments from outside sources and the town. Conservation Commission on the 20th approved the project and issued an order of conditions for the project. I know that was one other comment the planning board wanted to have us close with Conservation Commission. The order of conditions was recorded at the Registry of Deeds today. That recording information was sent to Mia and the Conservation Commission, and I believe Kathy or Fred today. If not, I can get it to them as well. But so we've closed with Conservation Commission. We recorded the order of conditions. We've addressed all comments for the Common Drive special permit, and like I said, Fred issued a letter today that said the plans are acceptable as is, and then there are some conditions for future items that would be associated with the project. So
Okay.
I'll keep it that short and sweet. I think that's where we're at this point.
Okay, and there were changes to the covenant as well? Could you just summarize those?
Yes, I'll do my best, and if Mark.
Actually, let me jump in here, Brian.
Yeah,
Hi, Mark
sure.
Kaplak again. Yeah, hi. The covenant was changed to reflect the new plan revision date that Brian just mentioned. It was also changed to provide an enumerated schedule of percentage interest payments that each lot would make toward the HOA budget once that's approved, and then added signature lines for the declarant and the current owner of 85 West Street. That was the extent of the change.
Okay. And then Fred, you mentioned that you noticed you had submitted a new letter because you noticed there were some differences between the two. Is there anything you wanted to point out or you want to address?
Thank you. The applicant did what was requested of him at the last meeting and submitted plans by April 26th for my review. During my review, I noticed some inconsistencies on the drainage, on the stormwater report, and that's when I thought it would be more beneficial to talk directly to the engineer, explain to him what I was looking at, and asked him to either revise the stormwater report again to make it consistent with some information that had been previously submitted, or explain why. And he actually did a combination of both. I reviewed that memo today, along with the revised stormwater report, to confirm that the changes were straightened out. And that's when I wrote the letter today indicating that the plans and the stormwater report are acceptable. The other items that are in the letter are offered for you for consideration as conditions of approval. They're same conditions, the same 7 items that were in the previous letter, in addition to the other stuff regarding the stormwater questions.
Okay. Does the applicant have any issues with the conditions?
The conditions of, no. These are all things that, it talks about an earth board permit will be required prior to any site work. road opening permit from DPW. Water betterments would be due to the DPW prior to start any construction. Planning board, a plan showing property lines and easements for the vehicle turnaround. Installing iron pins at horizontal changes in directions and property boundaries. The operation maintenance plan, long-term pollution prevention plan shall be part of any approval. So we've submitted those, so those will be part of your decision. Those are also recorded with the order of conditions with the Conservation Commission. So they're ongoing as part of the construction permit. So that is recorded with the order of conditions as well. And then an as-built plan, you know, at the end of construction, which we'd be doing anyway to for one of the conditions of the order of conditions to apply for a certificate of compliance for the Conservation Commission. We'd be doing an as-built plan anyway. And then any final plan with revisions to Fred. So no, those are all conditions we would expect and would satisfy.
Questions from the board?
I'm just reading the memo now because it was a long day, you know, and I didn't have time. Like things started coming in at 2 or 12 and 2 and 3. And it's difficult, like we've talked about in the past, that we need to get things the week before so we can actually read them. So I don't know about anybody else, but I am reading Fred's memo now. I just pulled it up because I didn't have time at 2 o'clock. And I'm not blaming Fred at all in the least, not staff at all. We had very busy with town meeting and I know everybody's busy, but I just know when we're going through it too, you like to be able to read it before you make decisions. But it has nothing to do, I'm not pushing blame on anybody, but I do think, especially for applicants, we need some sort of bylaw or something that we get our stuff a week in advance. Because to put all the pressure on us last minute at 9:00 p.m., you know, it's just difficult. So I guess I'm reading this. Now, Fred, I know there were 2 engineers going back and forth.
Yep.
Yes.
The engineer for the applicant and the engineer for the abutters. Did both engineers come to an agreement? Everything that they're in agreement on everything?
Well, it's actually not up to those 2 engineers. It's up to this engineer. And,
no, I know. I was going to next.
The engineer for the abutter submitted his comments to the board, which I reviewed, and they were pertinent. And there were some discrepancies in the stormwater report, and the coordination between the report and the plans wasn't completely consistent, which is why last time you met, my letter indicated they needed to be corrected. Those corrections were made, but as part of the correction, I noticed something they talked about, and I know this is not your ballywick, it's drainage computations, but in drainage computations, you determine the amount of water that's going to be generated by a flow path and the time of concentration. And the first 50 feet is considered to be, should not be considered to be any longer than 50 feet of sheet flow. And the engineer had used 100 feet. So when he changed that 100 feet to 50 feet, the total length should have remained the same, but he made a slight change to the total length, which then made it not as consistent as I was looking for. I spoke to him, he explained why there was a slight change, he corrected that, and he then modified the volume of water that was going to be generated and made the drainage changes to the plan itself. They are now consistent. And so I'm satisfied. I did speak to the engineer for the abutter and I told him what was going on and he was satisfied, which is why he's not here tonight and not offering any more comments.
Okay, that was going to be my final thing. If they were in agreement and then you were in agreement, then, you know, that was my concern. So it sounds like everybody's in agreement.
Yeah.
I am.
How about fire chief? And I know fire and police, they're okay with the long driveways. there's going to be pumpers put in and the water line's going to be run.
Mhm.
Everybody.
We addressed the fire department's comments, and with, he was happy with the turnaround. We added the hydrant at the end of the cul-de-sac, or the bulb, if you will, not a cul-de-sac, the bulb. And extended the water line and added a hydrant at the intersection of Cherry and West Street. So that addressed the fire department's concerns, and also the note about adding booster pumps for each house location.
I have just a quick question, and again, if it's been addressed already, I apologize. Why are you bringing water down West Street?
Well, the bylaw regulation in the town is if you're within, for a common drive over 2 lots, if you're within 2,000 feet of a water line, the applicant's required to extend it to the site.
Okay.
Anthony, that has to do with the fire department's access to adequately put out the fire. Any more than 1,000 feet means that's a lot of hose that they got to run in order to put out the fire.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thanks.
Millie, questions from you?
I do not.
Okay. One question. I realize this is it's 5 lots.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm not looking at the plan right now. I thought I saw 6, but maybe that had its own driveway.
Well, there's a single lot to the north that's not part of the common drive.
Okay.
It's an out parcel to the north that has its own driveway.
It does. Okay. All right. That just wasn't clear in the plan that I looked at. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
It's a public hearing. I'm going to take public comments. I see that Mitch Cook has his hand up. I'm going to allow you to talk if you just state your name and address. Oops, Mitch, can you hear us? I think you're on mute. Can you hear? Oops. I'm going to try to promote you to panelist, so be prepared to be on video. There he is. Okay. Mitch, did you have a question you wanted to ask? It looked like your hand was raised.
He's mute.
He's mute, yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm not sure. Mitch, we can't hear you if you do have a question, but so I'm going to move you back. And if you want to, let's see.
Okay,
There you
is that
go.
better? Okay.
Yep, there you go.
All right, good. I have a couple of questions. Madam Chairperson, I would like to congratulate you and your entire board for having the patience. I have a newfound respect for what you go through. So just
you.
congratulations on that. I will never serve on your board, I promise. So at any rate, I spoke with Fred today earlier, and I spoke briefly with my engineer. He was unable to join us tonight because he has a conflict. I'm not aware if you've seen the final communication that was sent out that you folks are referring to. I know I haven't, so we haven't discussed that piece. I know we went through many iterations and changes, and very happy with the job that Azimuth Land Design has done. But my concerns were obviously with the water quality issue and the runoff. And I know we're closing in on that, but I don't have confirmation that James is totally up to speed and has seen everything. I will defer to Fred on this if we know that James has received that and he's given you his blessing on that, Fred. I would certainly push that on to you and let you make the call on that. I would like to hear from him, but you folks have always worked well with me on other issues. So that's part of the question. The other piece is, the idea of it being a common driveway is kind of interesting. And that is obviously it's done for cost control to lower costs. I'm not sure of the wisdom that all of a sudden it's no longer a subdivision. In fact, brings all the impact reports and section 3 through 15 that they not to be mutually exclusive. So that's just my observation on that. I certainly can't change any of the procedures that you folks have in place. So what I am concerned with is there bonding going forward on this? So if the groundwater implementation and what's being installed isn't adequate, what recourse do we have to get that fixed? I don't want to hear, oops, something went wrong. And then what would be the hours of construction that will be taking place? And that's basically my concerns, that I think there's a lot of things on land erosion, tree cover, harmony with characters surrounding developments, impacts on residential premises, impacts to groundwater levels, et cetera. I don't have to tell you people about it. You've forgotten more about this than I know, but those are some of my concerns. So and the other questions I have, if you can enlighten me on those, I'll be happy.
Okay, so just starting back to your first one, in terms of Fred, if you could speak to the water quality and runoff, and if James actually had a chance to look at that. And I know you mentioned he's, you're the engineer on this, so, it's your jurisdiction, but if you have any comments or thoughts on what James had to say.
All I can tell you is I had a conversation with James yesterday, told him that I'd received revised calculations, that I reviewed the items that he had brought up in his last letter before your last meeting, and they were answered to my satisfaction. And James seemed okay with that. I asked him if he was going to attend tonight. He said he was not, and that he indicated to me he was satisfied, although he did not actually receive the drainage report himself or the plans, but he indicated to me that he was feeling that the project had been much improved over the initial submittal based upon the iterations that were made by WDA Group and their engineer.
And Mitch, your second question about the common driveway, could you clarify what you meant by that? So you thought that
there was a discussion that the common driveway was preferable to a subdivision because it's smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Would submit that the real issue with that was cost control. And also I was unaware that if you go with a common driveway, that is sectionally null and voids everything relative to impact reports, specifically section 3 through 15. So I didn't know, that's why I think that ought not to be mutually exclusive when you go from one to the other for cost control. So I was a little frustrated on that piece. I didn't understand it. That's not your fault. That's my fault.
No, it's not a fault at all. It's just, it is interesting. It sounds like over time we changed, it's not just historically, Kathy, it sounds like with the lot, it's changed from 3 lots to 5 lots over time. And maybe at one point it was only 3, and maybe that's something for the board to consider in the future, just what's the right number, I'm not sure.
It's always been 5 lots.
Oh, it has, okay, understood.
Yeah, and actually, prior to that, I forgot what year the 5 lots came into play, but prior to that, there was no limit on how many lots were on a common driveway. So you have a lot of common driveways today with, upwards of 10 lots. Howard Street, West Street, some of the more remote parts of town. So I think someone called in or at one of the meetings, and I think raised some confusion thinking that it was 3.
Yeah.
But what it was in the past was if it was over 3 lots, you had to do minimum town road standards. We changed it to be more restrictive to say, if it's over 2 lots, you have to do minimum town road standards.
Right.
So
we've gotten more restrictive.
Okay. The question about bonding, so this may be, I'm not sure, for the covenant component of it. If it's not adequate, if there's a problem, what happens then?
So I could speak to this, Mark Kablak again, with respect to the covenant that's been reviewed by town council. The covenant provides for maintenance responsibility by an entity which will be created. It will have lien authority over each lot that doesn't make payment into the homeowner association on an annual budget. And most importantly, as to this question, it provides the town with access rights and the ability to assess charges against the community, the homeowner association, if they fail to maintain the stormwater structures and the driveway as set forth in the covenant. The covenant will have attached to it the operation and maintenance plan for the stormwater facilities. And we're anticipating that the homeowner association will hire a third-party company that is specifically designed to come in on most likely on a quarterly basis to inspect all of the stormwater facilities and make sure they're in proper functioning order. And that will be part of the homeowner association budget.
Okay, so it sounds like if there's say something, you know, this groundwater component has been so sensitive with this specific area, what is there any concern over not being able to cover problems or issues, or historically throughout town, have we had that happen, and what's the outcome if that does happen? What's the recourse that anybody has?
Well, I think this applicant is going above and beyond what it's required to do. Brian mentioned the Cherry Street culvert, which will be upgraded. That's off-site. We're also upgrading another culvert also on West Street that's off-site. That's a benefit that the town is getting that I believe we're not responsible for doing, but we're honoring the town's request for improvements on those culverts underneath town rights-of-way. And so I believe that the groundwater situation is actually improving with this common driveway proposal.
The other thing, Chairman Marnick, is the Conservation Commission with the order of conditions. These underground infiltration systems, all the water quality swales, the stormwater treatment units, the roof infiltration units, are all going to be inspected. I would imagine Fred will be inspecting some of these when they're installed. They'll be signed off by an engineer, probably one of our inspectors, prior to their, backfilling. They've been designed to handle immense amounts of water if that's what they take, and to also infiltrate. We did the permeability testing. We know what the infiltration rate is. And then, so the Conservation Commission also has the order of conditions, which allows them a lot of power in either shutting down a site if something fails or is not done to standard, or if there's a problem on site. So there can be an enforcement order issued. So, there's not just the power that the town has, the other town boards have under the covenant agreement, but the Conservation Commission also has the authority to issue enforcement orders or fines or stop a project. So there are quite a few controls to make sure this is done and constructed correctly.
Okay, and I think the last part of that was just hours of construction. Is that planned at this point?
I don't think that's been discussed, but most of these sites are usually 7 to 4 or something, but I don't know. Does the town have anything in their bylaw for construction hours? Fred, do you have
Does that apply as well to the common driveway subdivision as well? Anything?
I can answer a couple of those questions. One of the conditions in my letter is that they'll need an earthwork permit. The earthwork board always assigns an hours of operations of 7 to 7, Monday through Friday, and I believe it's 7 to noon on Saturday are the typical hours of operation. The earthwork permitting board will also require a bond for stabilization of the site during construction in the event the applicant were to walk away after the site was stripped or not stabilized. So at any point they were to walk away before it's completely stabilized, the bond is sufficient to cover that cost. During construction, the Conservation Commission, the agent and I will be visiting the site periodically to make sure that it's being constructed so that it's not sending runoff and silty water onto the neighbor's property. And then once it's constructed, the applicant will be required to provide the as-built plan, verifying that everything was built according to the plan and will function as designed. and that will be required a stamp by a professional engineer. Whether it's the same one who did the design or another one, it doesn't matter, but it will be required to be certified to be built according to the plan and function as designed. And then going forward, it will be a private matter if in fact it doesn't work, but the covenants that the attorney has put together seems to be a pretty good standard, which I think we may be using for other applicants in the future as a standard to go by, because it assigns portions of responsibility to the various homeowners based upon the length of their driveway, pretty much, and then also requires them to set money aside to make sure that the maintenance is done properly. And in addition to that, in the unlikely event that all of that fails, it gives the town the right to go in there, make the repairs so that the roads or the abutters property is not being damaged, and then the town can then turn around and assess the homeowners association the cost of those repairs. So in the unlikelihood that all of that happens, we do have the ability to fix it and then charge the responsible party for not maintaining their system. So all in all, that covenant is pretty top notch.
Okay. Mitch, does that answer your questions?
Yes, it does. I don't have any issue with that. You folks have always treated me well. Fred's been a great asset to me at Lexus Northborough. I don't doubt the veracity of anything he says. I have no objection going forward. I don't mind the development piece. I was concerned about the groundwater issue, knowing it's in a floodplain, living there and seeing when they'll shut down West Street down on the end. We'll close that off, and then sometimes the water infiltration's enough to shut down Cherry Street on the high end. You have to see that to believe what it looks like or walk it. I was going to burden you with some film, but I decided to save you people the agony. But I appreciate your efforts. I appreciate the good work you do, and I'm as far as I'm concerned, if James and Fred have come to an understanding on that, I have no reason to doubt that it's not a viable design.
Okay, great. Thank you for all your comments. That's really helpful.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional public comments? Okay, I don't see any additional public comments. I don't have any additional questions. I don't know if board members have other questions or staff have any other comments or questions.
I do not.
Okay, as a matter of procedure, does it make sense to close this hearing? And then to what extent can we solve what we need to for tonight without having to stay until midnight? Do we need to go through any sort of criteria piece by piece? Do we need to do the covenant separately? What's the best way to proceed for this?
Madam Chairwoman, if I may, it's Mark Kablak. We have the same issues with this special permit that were voiced in the very beginning of the hearing tonight, which is relative to the 4 votes we need for this special permit and the 2 seats that are up for election in the town election cycle. So I would ask that you not only close the hearing tonight, but that you also render a decision as to the actual wording of the decision. I think, if you're comfortable, I would leave that up to staff, and I would be very appreciative if you could achieve both closure and the rendering of a decision tonight for those reasons.
Yes, I think that was the intent. I'm sorry, my question is more about the latter of what you said in terms of what we need to talk about for the purpose of a decision. I just want to make sure we cover what we need to tonight, but then leave Kathy in a good spot if you need to write the decision. Do we need to deliberate each component or anything specific?
Well, I think 2 things for the board. I think as typically in the past with common driveways, the conditions that the town engineer puts in his review letter end up as conditions in your decision. It is a special permit, so technically, the 7 criteria of a special permit, need to be met, by the applicant. I would say that if, you can certainly go through those criteria tonight, but I think that there is enough in the record for me to be able to, include these 7 criteria in the decision and then send that out to you within the next day or so. The timing of the decision, what I need to do is, I got to think this out loud for a second.
Okay.
I am not in the office next week, so I would need to get you, my goal actually would be to get you the decision tomorrow. And then prior to the election, and I'll leave it with, Michelle Silly, our administrative assistant, to, collect the signatures from you. In the past, during COVID, I shouldn't say the past, but during COVID, Carrie, you have just signed the any decisions that have been written. So, that's perfectly legal. If the board wants everyone's, all 4 signatures on it, then, again, I'll just arrange that with Michelle, that she'll arrange to meet you, at the town hall for you to sign it. Or, as, like I said, as we've done during COVID, you've just signed it as the chairperson.
Okay, but there are 2 parts of this. So obviously we have the special permit component, and then we have the requirements of section 1036-130. So do we need to go through any of that one by one, or as part of by way of approval, we have agreed that they meet the criteria of that specific section? I think it's the design standards and the.
Right, though the in the subdivision rules and regs where it references the common driveway, that's, they need to, an applicant needs to incorporate all of that into their plans. So that's I don't want to use the word assumed, but I mean, the plans meet that.
Okay, so, yeah.
But it is this, common driveway is a special permit. And again, whether you want to go through those 7 special permit criteria, or I think that enough has been said and discussed during the hearings that I can adequately, incorporate those into the decision.
Okay, does I'm going to just put it to the board. Would anyone like to look at the special permit criteria and just talk about that at all? Or do we in general think that this special permit application meets the criteria? So if you don't have your book open, it's in substantial harmony with the Northborough Master Plan, an appropriate location, won't adversely affect the neighborhood, no serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, adequate and appropriate facilities provided. It'll conform to any special requirements and could not be reasonably altered to impact.
And those, again, in previous decisions, we incorporate those as findings. We make those as findings. And then the conditions would be from the town engineer's review letter.
Okay, and the board had no additional conditions to this project?
No.
Well, I was just wondering, Kathy, well, then maybe it's already added, but, I guess it was already added in the plan, the special conditions. I was thinking of what the fire chief wanted, and that's all part of the site plan.
Yeah, those are all, yeah, in the document, I mean, in the hearing part of the decision, and also under the exhibits, his review letter is listed, Fred's review letter is listed, groundwater's, if there was a groundwater, I don't think there was, but any review letter that was submitted, is listed there for the record.
Okay, I guess that's what would be important to me, that all the conditions that came out from the fire chief and Fred were listed in the decision. As I go down the special permit criteria.
Yeah, the fire chief's comments have been incorporated into the plan. So those, I mean, again, we'll list his letter, but they don't need to be conditions because they've already been incorporated into the plan.
Okay.
Right. We also added the DPW and Fred's comments. The DPW and fire chief's comments were earlier in the process, I think. So.
Okay. Does the covenant have to be approved separately, or is that just part of?
No, that's just part of the.
What they submit.
It's required, as part of the common driveway.
Okay, so, and just moving towards the decision.
Made to it.
Say it again?
I'm sorry, there'll be a reference made to it.
Okay, so in terms of the requirements in the subdivision rules and regs, by way of our approval, we're saying that this application meets the design standards in the subdivision rules and regs. Is that correct?
Yep, actually, I'm just pulling those out, Carrie.
I can bring them up if you want to, but that's the first part. And secondarily, we are saying that by way of this approval, we believe this application meets all of the criteria of the special permit. I'm just trying to help facilitate the decision for you to write so that you have. So the conditions that we'd put on the conditions of approval include all of the conditions listed in Fred's engineering letter as of today. And additionally, the fire chief is already included in it, so we don't have to worry about that. So we have no other conditions. Did you say a condition, Amy, that I missed?
No, I just want to make sure the fire chief.
Okay, so do we need to go through those requirements one by one, Kathy, or by way of acknowledgement, that's okay?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. At 10:10, you're gonna go for it? Okay.
I'm very comfortable.
Okay. Board members as well, comfortable with that?
Yes.
I am.
Okay, also comfortable with criteria as a.
Being met? Yes.
being met?
Yes.
With all the work that Fred and the applicant did and the other engineer, I feel that they met the criteria.
Yes, I agree. I have to say, I've never seen such a thing, the way the engineers all worked together and drove this to completion. I don't
I
know.
like this one. Sorry.
I know. I'm sure it was a lot of work
There's a
and.
little light bulb here.
I agree to have the abutters and the applicant and the town engineer all work together to come to a mutual agreement that satisfied everything.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of work, but it seems like it's a better application in the end, right? By all those pieces coming together.
I
So
agree.
That's good to know.
It'll be a nice project.
Yep. Okay, so with that, I guess it doesn't matter if I close the hearing before or after, but why don't we just close the hearing and then we'll move. Does it matter if I close the hearing, Kathy?
No, you can close it and then do your vote.
Okay, is there a motion to close the hearing for the special permit common driveway application for 85 and 95 West Street?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, based on the discussion and deliberation that we just had regarding the requirements of a common driveway as outlined in the design standards of the subdivision rules and regs, and by way of meeting all the criteria in the general special permit criteria, is there a motion to approve the special permit for the common driveway application for 85 and 95 West Street, including the conditions from Fred's memo?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye.
Great.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good
great.
luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Stay
Thank
healthy.
you.
Okay, take
Bye.
care. Okay, Michelle, if you can hear us, you can come back. Kathy, I don't know it's obviously really late. I don't know what we need to settle on tonight as a must be settled item.
Nothing. Nothing for,
Even 399?
oh, actually, well, if anyone has any questions on 399, Amy caught all the cut and paste issues. So that revised decision. And again, I absolutely, bombarded you with information today. But that revised decision did go out. We can go over that. I don't know whether anyone had a chance to review that or not.
I think I didn't see that one because I didn't see it even on the agenda, so I bypassed it.
Oh, you're right. It's not on the agenda.
No, it's just, I don't put your decisions on the agenda.
Oh,
I haven't in the past, but
okay.
Okay. So do you need any sort of, if no board members have questions on it, except Millie, it sounds like you need to look at it. Do you need us to resolve that tonight?
well, it needs to, I mean, you've already voted to approve it.
Right, yep.
No,
I had
so
no problems with it. with
Yeah,
Amy's
so this
correction.
is, this is the, the written decision. And then again, I have one signature on it, your signature, Carrie.
Okay. Are there any issues with the current version of the decision, so we can wrap that up?
I'm good with the decision.
So it just in, in real short order, you previously approved the, this duplex. So basically the decision is the same as what you had previously approved and, issued to the applicant. But, the name has changed, the deed reference, because the new the company purchased the property, so there's a new deed. There's a reference that I didn't have a revision date on. I had 2 out of 3 revision dates on the site plan, so that was added. And I had listed all of, I don't know why I did this, but I had listed all of the conditions from Fred's review letter that you wanted as conditions. I had listed them, I think, as findings as opposed to conditions. And so those have been put into the decision section as conditions.
Okay. Did that look okay to everybody?
Yeah.
Millie, do you want a minute to look at it, or are you good?
I mean, I have it in front of me. I just didn't really look through it, but look, basically it seems pretty straightforward what the changes were.
Yeah, this was, because it's just based on a previous decision anyway,
Yeah.
it's pretty, yeah. Okay.
Should
So,
be the same thing the ZBA voted.
That's true. I guess we don't have a choice. No stopping now on that one, I guess. Okay, and then finally, one thing I think we do need to cover is that we had set this meeting to figure out, we were waiting to hear back from town council on what we should do regarding the design review committee matter, if that's something that we should plan for executive session next time, or what are our legal abilities there?
Well, he has the, obviously he's been quite busy too with town meeting, and then a flurry of questions from this board. He has the questions from your last meeting as basically as far as what your process should be. So he will be responding to that.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's executive session material or not. He's gonna give us that information. So once I receive that information, obviously I'll share that with the board, and then we can go from there about how to put it on the agenda.
Okay, that makes sense. So the question was really, is it appropriate to do executive session? And then what are the individual person's rights that we need to be aware of and manage properly? Okay, then it looks like there's nothing else that we need to cover on tonight's agenda. So with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Night.
Aye.